The agenda of the special council meeting of Wednesday, November 19th, 2025. Mover, please. Councilor Bassett, Councilor Ray. All in favor? All opposed? That's carried. Thank you. So today's meeting is the second meeting in our five-year financial plan 2026 to 2030 budget sessions, with departments providing an overview of the 2025 to 2026 operating budgets and 2026 capital projects. As we move through this today, the department presentations, Charlotte's going to be looking for decisions from council, approve, deny, or defer. So we may have to respond to some of those decisions that Charlotte's going to be asking for. So she's going to walk us through this today. And so I'll turn the meeting over to Charlotte to lead us through the agenda items, please. Charlotte, and you notice her hair straight back today, so we're all business. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. Welcome, members of council, staff, and the public. As the mayor has outlined, today is the second public budget meeting in the development of the 2026 to 2030 five-year financial plan. So first piece of business, at approximately 2:55, there will be a test of the BC Emergency Alert System. Please make sure your ringers are turned off. Another item, just in terms of the people presenting, they may be bringing their own laptop, or we may need a few minutes to get organized with IT, depending on what the individual person decides to do. So I have a couple of opening comments here before we get started. Today in your package, there is a page showing the preliminary tax levy. The 2026 tax increase we started with was 7.97. We are today at 6.5. So next week, a week from today, there'll be more discussion, including some consideration of options to look at possibly reducing that increase further. A few comments on salaries and benefits. So in the budget, we are assuming 3% for QP and 3% for exempt, 4.5% for IAFF. Those are the inflation adjustments, and then there are pay grid advancements for exempt staff who are not yet at the top of the pay grade. CAO Fercho, did you have a couple of comments on that? No, well, reorg was next, so I will we'll touch on that after this.
So the one point of discussion is around the advancement of management salary through the grid. So when a person is hired within the union in the city, they are hired at the top of their pay rate. In the exempt ranks, not all, some have some advancements, but in the exempt, people are hired considerably below the top of their pay grade, and that saves the city money by paying them less for the first few years. And each year, to advance in the grid, a person has to pass a performance evaluation. And so these grid advancements to go from the starting rate to the full rate are sometimes seen as increases in wages when they're grid advancements. So rather than starting people at the top step and only getting the inflationary increase, we start people 4 steps below that, and it takes them a number of years to get to the top step. So I just want you to see that when we have a department where we have everybody's been in the roles for a long time, all you will see is the percentage increase. Where we have a department where a lot of people are new, you'll see a lot of those step increases, and you'll wonder why there's such a change in the wages. It's not a raise, those are the step changes. So I just wanted to talk about that a little bit to clarify when you look at, because some areas we've had a lot of new staff, and so the wage advancement is quite a bit more than what is shown by the percent increases.
Councilor Ray has a question.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick comment from my perspective for exempt staff. To me, the grid system seems logical. If you hire a newer professional, they start at a lower level, and then as they gain experience and knowledge and have more time to practice their skills and meet their performance review requirements, then they progress through that grid. To me, that seems logical. So for the city of Cranbrook, when we hire a newer professional, we get the cost savings of them being at a lower step in that grid. And they are also gaining a learning opportunity. They're gaining that experience. And then, yeah, they progress through the grid. So I just see that as a very logical system. It is tied to performance. So to me, that grid system makes sense for those exempt staff. And I think it's important to probably just include that every year in our budget discussions, a review of that to ensure everyone has that understanding in the community.
Thank you. And Councillor Steskey?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Question for the fire department. Going back about a dozen years, if I remember right, the salaries and or the annual increases in the fire department in Cranbrook were tied to what happened in Vancouver, which I think at the time was tied to what happened in New York City. Is that still the case, or how does it work these days?
It is still the case, yeah. There's a, in the unionized IFF across the province of British Columbia get paid the same amount, no matter which location they're in. It's similar to teachers and nurses, but it's municipal staff in the IFF. And the reason Cranbrook is tied to that is in the late 80s, early 90s, there was an arbitration the city and the union went into, and an arbitrator tied us to the Vancouver Local 18 rate. Since that time, the rest of the province has been consolidated into one single rate, which is now referred to as the BC rate, but it is the same thing, same concept.
Supplement if I might. So really the annual increases are out of our hands then?
Essentially. I would say we do have local choice to try and find an arbitrator that will judge in our favor if we're trying to move the salary for the IFF locally. But that's a choice as a staff group and as a council that we would want to make together.
Charlotte?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, CAO Virtual. The next item that we just want to touch on is some fairly significant reorganization that's happened and happening. Maybe I'm just going to kick it right over to CAO Virtual for that.
Thanks, Charlotte. So just back to the information I provided to council in July that just gave a heads up of some of the reorganization that we were going to do through the year. So I put the email out in July. Some of the movements of staff and the change in reporting structure is still underway and hasn't taken place yet. But the new budget does reflect some of those changes. So what you're going to see is salaries from different areas moving to, so for example, the bylaw department leaving building and bylaw services as a wage group and going over under the RCMP. So and then the individual staff person for building maintenance, as we've lumped all building maintenance under public works, coming from Parks and Rec over to, or Rec and Culture, I should say, over to public works. So there's been some staff movement. So as you go through the different budgets and you see wages bouncing around, that's another factor. And I resent the email out to council just to remind you of where the different positions move from and to. But that can be explained in each department as we go through the wages as well.
Thank you, CAO Virtual. Just on that, for the most part, I'd like to say 100% for sure, but I try not to do that, but we have moved the 2025 wages from, so for example, bylaw 2025 wages are no longer sitting in building and bylaw. They are now sitting under the RCMP, so that the comparative is a little bit more not so skewed. Like I said, I can't guarantee that we've picked up every one of those small, particularly the smaller movements. Bylaw happens to be an easy example, but so we have tried to move the corresponding 2025 wages over to where they are in 2026. So now just a couple of notes in terms of some of the things you're going to see throughout the presentations. Administration charges is something that we have never really talked a lot about, but it is going to come up in particular, the public works presentations, because the administration charges are really, what they are is reallocating or capturing some of the costs, some of the administrative costs, such as HR, IT, finance, corporate services, capturing some of those that are typically funded out of the general fund, recovering some of that out of the utility funds. So in the past, it's been a bit of a mixed bag. Some wages were directly allocated to the various funds. We might have a person who was 33% in the general fund, 33% in water, 33% in sewer. And we were able to do that under the previous payroll software. The new software doesn't have the same, it's a very sophisticated software, but it doesn't function the same way. We would have to start asking exempt staff to report out where they were working, like the regional district does for services. And we have not done that. We have not chosen to go that route. What we've done is we have tied everything now to the administration charge. So you'll see some bouncing around there as well. But the administration charge in each of the utility funds has increased, and in some cases fairly substantially, because the other thing that was happening in the past was we were holding those back a little bit, because quite a bit in some cases, because the wages were directly allocated. And whether or not that person worked there 33% of the time in each of those funds is very difficult to say. So you'll see some of that bouncing around as you see some of the presentations.
Councillor Graham has a question.
Yeah, just on that, Charlotte, is that the goal though, to get the true costs of these services? So like we will be drilling down, this is not kind of like an average, it's like, okay, we're actually spending a lot more on sewer than we thought with administration time. Like is that the goal to get there? Because it really makes these processes a lot better when we've got real clean data.
Thank you, Councillor Graham. Yes, it's still pretty high level because we're still doing the allocation based on a percentage of the operating costs in the utility. And it isn't just the utilities either, actually. We also allocate through to the airport. The airport, we're, it is a little bit different, but still recovering those costs. And of course, as you know, the airport funds have to stay in the airport. So as we refine our salary planning, because that's another piece in here, is that we have in the last few years gone to a salary planning budget software. In the past, it used to be Excel, and that has actually, quite honestly, caused us a little bit of some challenges around salary planning, because it's by person, it's very, very specific. So and back to those allocations, if the allocations aren't exact, then we have problems with being over budget or under budget. But yes, Charlene and Tony and Jason are working closer and closer every year, or working together more every year. And Tony and his group are getting a better understanding too of where people are spending their time, because of the new payroll software and because of CityWorks. So our information is becoming more sophisticated and more granular, and is becoming more exact, yes.
Thank you. And Councillor Stetsky?
Yeah, thank you. Cautionary note, of course, I've been involved with governments for many, many years. And at times, while I agree that, it's good to have the best data you can, if it gets into a time study thing, you can use hours and days of staff time up, and not in a very efficient way that didn't change any outcomes. So just some of the experience I've seen over the years.
Thank you for that, those words of caution, Councillor Stetsky. Absolutely. So, we are looking for a balanced approach. And, it's a little tricky here too, because not tricky so much, but it's important to us to make sure that the utilities are self-funded. So you want to make sure you're not overcharging, you want to make sure you're not undercharging, and you want to make sure that, in particular, as we're starting to get into these rate reviews that we're doing, that will become important to know what kind of staff time is being spent in order to make sure we set rates appropriately. So it's a process of continuous improvement, but yes, understanding it needs to be balanced. Thank you. Another item similar to the administration charge is an equipment charge. So similarly, it's based on a percentage and is reviewed periodically. Probably is due to be reviewed again. But so the mechanic shop, the work that they do for the equipment out of the water fund or the sewer fund or fire, as another example, those are allocated across the different cost centers. So there are a couple of mentions in some of the changes in the slides. I think they're all in the public works slides. You'll see it mentioned, but that is reflecting increased costs to maintain city equipment. Grants to organizations. So yesterday, you received your package and along with a memo, and providing you with some instructions for reviewing the applications that we have received under the municipal grant program. The hope is that we can bring the council's recommendations to the December 10th meeting for a resolution to approve grant funding. A couple of things need to happen before we do that. Next week, on November the 26th, as I mentioned earlier, we will have a discussion about some options to reduce the tax levy. One of those options will be to hold the grant budget at the 2025 level, which is really the 2024 level. Last year we held it at 2024, so that will be an option for council again this year. The hold would result in about a $70,000 savings, resulting in about a 0.2%. So before council can make their final recommendations, you will need to know what budget it is you're working with. So we are hoping to have a decision from council next week on what you would like to do with that grant budget. And then you will have time to finalize your decisions and have them back to finance by Monday, December 1st. Today, we're going to touch very, very briefly on the policing contract. It's a line item in the RCMP presentation. I'm scheduled to speak to it. It's just going to be a highlight to let council know what the increase is. Further discussions on the policing contract will happen next week. We'll bring some more data back next week, showing some trends, some areas that we feel would be worthwhile for council to be aware of. So just a very brief touch on it today, further discussions next Wednesday. So today we're going to hear presentations from the departments about their operating budget, any significant changes, and then they're going to review the projects with you. And at the end of each department's presentation, we will ask for council to provide us with a decision on each of the projects for that department. The decision will be either to approve the project, deny the project, or defer the project. If you approve the project, that is pre-approval I know of one project for sure that it requires a fast decision, by that I mean a for sure decision today due to some price increases that are anticipated very quickly so hopefully, that decision will be coming along with all the other decisions for council. It's one of Tony's projects, so he'll highlight that for you. And deferred projects will come forward again, likely in January, or it could come forward in December if that's, if it's just some information council's looking for, but it will come forward later in the process, most specifically January, but certainly earlier if we can manage it. And I think that's it. We are scheduled to go to 6:15 today. There are 2 planned breaks, one at 3 o'clock for a stretch, and then at 4:30 for a refreshment break. And we'll see how things are going. If we're falling behind, we can do it as a working break. So that's all I have for opening comments, probably a little over. And up first is going to be Mike Matika, and the floor is yours.
All right, thank you, Charlotte. I'll look to share my screen. Wow, technology is working. That's a good start. Okay, I'll try to keep us at least on time here. We did do some rehearsal timing, so we'll try to make this as efficient but effective as possible. So here we show our 2026 operating budget with 2025 comparisons. The next slide, I'll go through a little bit more detail into what those changes do mean, but we do show a revenue change from an increase perspective, and then we do show some increases in expenses. From a revenue perspective, one of the major items here is another increase in building permit revenue. This is an estimate, so this is a $230,000 annual increase over last year. This is an estimate, however, even though that we do have some uncertainty or lack of control over economic trends, we are seeing several large projects that are expected to continue to come on board. A lot of those include public sector and non-market investments. When we're talking about investments in healthcare or investments with housing projects that we do know that have secured funding, those are less subject to any external factors that would impact more market housing. One of the biggest items that we've included in here as far as a request for wages and benefits is a 2-year increase of $130,000 for a term building inspector / planning technician, highlighting the role of planning technician from that perspective, and that would be funded from the budgeted increase in building permit revenue. Just as a note for council, as of the end of October, we were sitting at around $650,000 in this year's building permit revenue. That was from a budget of $400,000 that we were anticipating for the year. We do have a couple larger permits for some builds that are being actively worked on literally as we speak. If those do come through this year, which is anticipated, that number could double in and of itself to be over $1 million. So that role is specifically targeted towards trying to support the front-end development application process to facilitate the current, high workload that we're seeing from those investments. This building permit revenue is directly representative of the number, and not even just a number, the complexity of permits that we are seeing right now. And we are seeing that things are taking longer to process, just happening over the last several months with these. We're seeing gaps in communications, we're seeing a few missteps take place, and then also we're seeing a lot of delays in some of the other funded projects that council has had put forward. So we're seeing carry forward projects. We still have our zoning bylaw that needs to be completed. That was a carry forward into 2025. We're seeing a few of those other high level projects that are still being carried forward mostly because some of these other objectives that we're working on with growth and with planning and with some of those projects, we are seeing that there is just a capacity issue. Obviously the private sector is scaled up significantly and is taking advantage of this economic cycle that's happening. We are trying to scale up even just proportionately a little bit and just for a short period of time to address the current spike that we're seeing with these investments. And looking at if we're going to be seeing over $1 million in building permit revenue, we are looking at a small proportion of that income to help us facilitate this continued growth and investment that is happening. And again, that is for a term, not for a permanent taxation purpose.
Councillor Stetsky has a comment or question.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So about a month ago, we were very pleased to hear that there were about 300 building permits that had been issued. What do you anticipate might be the total number by the end of let's use the calendar year?
Councillor Stetsky, through the mayor, I don't have that number at hand. It does fluctuate significantly. Some of the permits that we're looking to get forward is for the first stages of the FW Green Home, and we're looking at hundreds of units between that and some other work that's happening. So we are working to compile that information that can be either provided later in the budget process, certainly, or for a year-end report just to show and to quantify and qualify the workload, the income, the construction value that is happening at this point in time.
Councillor Graham?
Yeah, thank you. Just a couple of questions. Do we have that in our package, this thing, or this slide not in our?
Councillor Graham, no, the slides, the presentations are not in the package.
Is it possible to get them? I just think we're looking to making decisions on this stuff. It's just nice to have that background material.
Okay, yep.
Thank you. And then my other question is, and maybe I'm the only one around the table that doesn't know this, but I really want to try and understand the amount of work required for, say, just a basic house from tip to tail, from when you get the application to when it gets stamped and they go, versus like the green home or an apartment block that's going up. Like I can't rationalize that. So like when you're talking workloads, I would just like to have a bit of an indication on like how long does it truly take and like what are we focused on or what do we look for? Because I would assume like a company that is building the apartment blocks or the green home, or even like a builder that is building the same house has all this stuff gone, signed off, sealed. So for us, is it just a cursory overlook? Yep, looks great because it's there. They've spent the money versus, me giving you stuff and I know nothing. And so there's a lot more that you're digging into on my plans. I'm just looking to rationalize in my head, like what does the process look like?
Councillor Graham, through the mayor, that is a great question. It is similar to the conversation that was happening earlier about sitting there with a stopwatch and stopping and starting and allocating that time. So I would love that information, the practicality of it, of me stopping and starting while I'm on an email and then somebody coming into my office and then somebody coming for a meeting and me going in and out. To try to get some metrics behind that, I do agree that's something that we need to work on or to show what those processes are. For example, when we're looking at the green home development and that $300 million investment, hundreds of emails in the last several weeks, multiple agreements that need to go in place. We've had discussions and meetings and hours of meetings just on the DCC subject, just on the offsite servicing, the variances for their parking. There's going to be an item coming to council about them needing to put in anchors underneath our roadway that we needed to make sure weren't going to be impacting utilities in order for them to install the shoring and the foundation for that project. That needed significant review, or we were going to see some significant risks there. So beyond dozens and dozens of hours from multiple staff members on those, there are projects that are easier to work through. They do have massive amounts of project team members, and sometimes these public sector projects are more challenging than the private sector projects. We work really closely and we're working really collaboratively with them on it, but sometimes the more layers of funding and dealing with architects and even sometimes over a dozen people from Interior Health working on this project. It is proportionately significant, but I guess in proportion to the $300 million investment, maybe not so much. But yes, it's well beyond that, and I think this may be a great example, even if we don't have the ability to track time. There's a timeline that we can provide, and we can speak to the numbers of meetings and the amount of emails that have gone from day one to being able to issue the first permit and put some stuff to that, because it is, and unless you're in it, I think it's hard to understand and tangibly understand what level of workload goes into it.
Councillor Papa.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Mike, the term building inspector, planning technician, is that person on board already?
No, this would be a new ask. Okay. So that would be something that would be starting next year and looking at a 2-year term, understanding the projects that we know are funded that are coming in the pipeline.
Very good. So my question is, how easy is it to find that type of a person for a term versus full-time FTE?
Councilor Papa, through the mayor, it certainly can be more difficult, and there were some conversations about that. I do have some confidence that if we put in some effort, we can find the right person for it. But that was we are seeing this economic spike right now, and if we're not able to take advantage of it, then it's going to be either a missed opportunity or just there's burnouts and there's delays and there's budget overages happening elsewhere just due to workloads or inefficiency. So that's why we would rather look at this opportunity, knowing that it's funded from known increases in revenue that are coming directly related to support it, than saying we know we're going to need this position in perpetuity out of respect for the impacts on taxation and staffing levels.
Sure. I mean, the reality is, yes, the city's open for business. Yes, we're seeing huge business and development things happening in the community today. We can't predict the future. I just think it's going to be challenging to get a term position on board as opposed to a permanent position. But your call.
Councillor Bissell.
Thank you. So along that line, then, would it not be better off, we'd be better off to contract this out to one of the engineering firms in town or one of the other consultants for a couple of years? And yeah, and then we don't have a long-term obligation, because personally, my experience is this grows into a permanent position and we've just expanded the staff. But maybe you could comment on the feasibility of that?
Absolutely, Councilor Bissett, through the mayor. That is a great conversation, a great question, and conversations have happened from that perspective. Looking at the roles and the functions of what we'd be doing here, it's somebody that is boots on the ground in the building, interacting with people coming in and filling out applications and wanting to have a status update and wanting to make sure that these processes are continuing. That would be liaising with other members of staff for referrals and other departments for referrals. We do have significant experience contracting out work during times of need. There's not a lot of planning technicians that fulfill these functions that work for private sector entities. Higher level planning works, then we've done that. When we're talking about things like the OCP, certainly we wouldn't necessarily staff up for something like that we know is a multi-year project. But for something like this, it is directly related to a front end technical position. So when we're looking at the workload, we have to take into consideration the type of work. We have to take into consideration the collective agreement and the types of services that we do need here. And it is more that front end technical person who's going to be interacting directly with the people that are coming into the building that need support with their applications.
Just further, we have had contract HR before when we couldn't fill it. So just another example of that. And they've been in the building.
Yeah. I do. Maybe I'll comment real quick on that. What I've seen in the past and where we are today, certainly, what we heard from developers and contractors, they were quite critical, in the past, of our engineering and planning sections. That's no secret. Certainly, we've come a long way. We're getting praise now from some of the developers and contractors. What I hear a lot of is a need for somebody in this position that has that knowledge where they can contact the office and get a response, or get something set up where they can get a response. I can tell you right now, Curtis Penson, he's under fire, on and off. And I don't know how that guy does it, because I don't think people really appreciate, when you're the approving officer, appreciate what he's tasked with in a day, the decisions he's making. And so he doesn't call somebody back in a day. That's where the criticism is. So this position, you need somebody technically qualified to be able to take that information and, qualified, I think, to the point that can probably respond and answer 80%, 90% of the questions. If not, contact, he could be that go-between and get the information forth from Curtis or Mike or the other engineers that need it. So I certainly see this right now as probably the only criticism we're hearing on building development right now. And that this position, I think, will remediate that. Mark, comment? No, bye. Yeah.
Okay.
Mike?
So in addition to that, we do have, as Charlotte alluded to, the 3% inflation, the grid progression and the promotion for those policies. And as also was mentioned by CEO Fercho, some changes. And if you look in the line items in the actual budget package with bylaw services operating budget moving over to RCMP. And then there were some minor reallocations within some of our other our budgets, when the operating budgets, just moving things where they made a little bit more sense. And we just changed a couple names of the funds. So it's more easy for council and the public to understand what that actually funding is actually going towards. Some of that was within the economic development portfolio. So here's a high level summary work plan. And this is similar to the last few years and a continuation of a lot of the great work that's been happening, investing in critical infrastructure, really from a capacity and condition perspective. And we'll go through each one of these projects a little bit later, but this is just a high level overview. We also are continuing to work on policies and initiatives for growth, vibrancy, and sustainability. So we do have a couple budget requests in to support some additional planning on how we can facilitate growth, how we can manage growth, especially in some of those areas where we're seeing growth being inhibited by a lack of coherent land use planning and a lack of future infrastructure planning that we need to work on. Some continued work with the downtown parking implementation and revitalization beautification. And then we have our water meter, some implementation from a policy perspective and utility rate study. And then continued support for housing and development. We are seeing, again, a diverse type of housing coming in, and that is great. We're seeing something different than what we've seen for the last 20 or 30 years, where at the same time right now we are seeing single family homes. We're seeing smaller lots, multi-unit development happening. We're seeing non-market housing happening, and we have a couple of those in the development or building permit application process. We're seeing market apartments happening. So across that housing spectrum, both horizontally and with density, it is a great opportunity that we have. It is a lot of work, and it is a lot of work working with those non-market or institutional housing, because a lot of those people that are running those projects are working on behalf of societies, and it's not for profit. So it is something where it does take additional work and resources from city staff to help facilitate those good projects. But looking at that housing needs assessment, that's where we need to make sure that we're available to support the type of housing that the market isn't bringing, because that's the biggest spectrum gap that we need to work on. This is a quick list of the projects. Everything here, other than a couple that I've identified, I'll speak to in more detail so we can have any specific questions on it. The ones that I've got a little asterisk on aren't highlighted, so I'll speak to those at this point in time. We do have the liquid waste management plan. I did allude to in our initial department budget presentation that we're looking at realigning that project or pivoting on it a little bit. The liquid waste management plan is a formal plan defined by the province on how we deal with our liquid waste, our sewer effluent. We've been seeing some changes in the regulatory requirements for the liquid waste management plan and the amount of administrative workload that would go into it.
to meet similar objectives as to what we could do with some other adjustments to our operating scenario and our spray irrigation park. So we're working on a memo that we'll bring to council on that to show why we think the benefits, why we can achieve some of those same benefits with more efficient use of time and resources. And then as we get into some of our infrastructure projects, again, a couple that are highlighted here do not have a more in-depth presentation. One of them is the oversizing and latecomers. This is an item that council did approve last year as a part of us collaborating with the Creekside Townhome project being done by Coolcon, where we had already identified some future upsizing of infrastructure. So while they were installing their utilities, we upsized them for future growth capacity in the area, and it does need to come out of the 2026 funds, even though the decision was made in 2025. And then we do have everybody's favorite pork chops. This is a reduced in scope and scale project identified in the DCC bylaw and identified in the traffic studies that we've done related to the increased development on Victoria Avenue and the known development that we see coming in that corridor, where we can proactively make some of these minor intersection upgrades, not have it on completely on the back of one developer, but have DCCs pay for it and make it be more practical. The amount of traffic that's coming on that corridor and some of those unsignalized intersections for people to be able to turn left or go across, it's similar to the highway. It's not going to be feasible anymore. And it's easy enough to go one block one way or the other to a signalized intersection for everybody's safety and for pedestrian safety. And then we have our regular annual allocations here. And then this is through the water fund, and then the Phillips, two Phillips projects we'll speak to in more detail. And then similar from the sewer project, we have our annual allocation, and then the Balmont Park project that I'll speak to, which is a continuation of the Victoria Avenue sewer shed work. So before we get there, I wanted to have an opportunity to provide some information on how a lot of this water investments aligns, because there's been a lot of questions and a lot of great questions and interactions from council and the public on what we're doing here. And we've really got two streams of things that we're trying to do. We're trying to look at the infrastructure improvement and the investments through those capital projects. And we're really trying to work on water use management. And I think that's one of those items that I wanted to speak to because we haven't done the best job of coming and reporting to council on a lot of the work happening behind the scenes on there, or a lot of the work happening with the development community through policy development. So you can see through the infrastructure improvements, we have these known projects that council is aware of with the disinfection facility, the Phillips Reservoir bypass that is tied to that. We have the Gold Creek Dam reconstruction, and then the Phillips supply line. And that's that condition assessment of that single mode of failure, old concrete pipe, and whether or not it can last longer, whether or not it needs to be twinned, whether or not it's going to meet capacity, or whether we can do some proactive repairs and extend its lifespan. What I want to speak to a little bit more is the water use management, because last year, or this year in 2025, council did approve bylaws and adopt bylaws that would allow us to start implementing water meters on new builds. New builds for permitting, we're doing it through our capital works programs when we're doing complete street reconstruction. It will also apply to significant plumbing renovations and also major repairs or upgrades of utility lines that are just needed for new builds or renos. What we've seen with that initiative is a significant amount of work for us to just develop the processes of working with the contracting community, working with the supplier community, both locally and the distributor community, to make sure that we have the capacity to actually provide meters and show them how it's to be done, and make sure that we have the specifications in place to just meet what council committed to with the new builds, the capital program, the major repairs and renovations. We're still working on those. We've still got a few months of work to do because we're seeing supply chain challenges. We're seeing developers that are saying, I can't get a hold of the meter pits. These things aren't being delivered. We need to find whether or not the city needs to stock more of them ourselves, if the local suppliers are, and just how we onboard that. So there's a significant number of water meters coming into play, and we've worked proactively with the development and building community to have them take some from our yard that we otherwise aren't using immediately, and then have them restock and supply. We've worked with EMCO and with the supplier, and they've done a really good job of trying to prioritize the city of Cranbrook and this water meter implementation. But there's still work that needs to be done to get us to the point where operationally we can commit to that being a sustainable process. After that, we're looking at the utility rate study that went to council. Sure. We can take a question now if that's.
Certainly, Councillor Peabody, then Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Mayor. Just touching on the water meters here, Mike. Like I've heard some comments from developers in town just about the type of water meter that we've chosen. I know I've asked this question before, but I wonder, is the city doing any sort of like case study on the water meters that are being installed, and just as far as integrity goes? Because one of the questions I heard is just, in regards to like frost heave and possibly the water meters when they're not inside the house, maybe the lines being damaged that are going to the home. And then on top of that, with the placement of the water meters and where we need our lines that are going into the house, it sounds like sometimes those will be placed underneath driveways. So the cost to repair these systems, like especially if it's a cracked line, can be significantly more, because now you're not just tearing up your line, you're tearing up a driveway. So I guess the first question is, are we doing a case study to make sure we're actually using the right water meters for our area? And then two, I guess, is it the most economical system for home builders?
Councillor Peabody through the mayor, great question. So we're probably more speaking to the water meter, the chamber or the installation pit rather than the actual meters themselves. What we have specified certainly meets any and all good engineering practices and standards for our climate. The water services are not being installed any shallower. The water meters and the water lines aren't subject to any more interaction with frost or freezing than they were before or during or since these changes have happened. And that's something that we've clearly looked at from an engineering perspective, and we've looked at other communities that have successfully done these things, knowing very well that we are a late adopter. So we had plenty of opportunity to look at best practices and things that other communities are doing well. When it does come to the consideration of whether or not these services end up in driveways, developers and builders certainly have the ability to locate water services or meters outside of where they plan on constructing the driveway. If they are unable to, perhaps due to a narrow lot or some other circumstance, these are outfitted with optional lids that are loaded for traffic loading in the roads and in people's driveways, and they're successfully installed in many, many locations in other jurisdictions in people's driveways. There should not be any increased likelihood of failure to the service that would require these to be dug up any more than any other time. They have the similar lifespan or same lifespan of the new water services that are putting in. The water services that are being put in right now, if they're installed correctly, you're getting 50, 60 years of lifespan on them. If we do need to replace the meter comes up out of a coil deep in the ground. We can pull the meter out, put the new meter back in, drop it down. It's down below frost grade. They're up and running instantly because these meters don't fail closed. And we would know, and we'd go in there and replace them. So yes, there are going to be times, perhaps during retrofits, where these meter pits will be in people's driveways. That's same as the challenges that we have to do with people's curb stops. There's a lot of curb stops in people's driveways. It's going to impact just as much of a driveway having to do a repair to a meter as it will for somebody's service valve that's going to be in the same location. Is it perfect? Is it ideal? No, but that's why we're looking at all of these for the new builds and the retrofits when those digs are already being done. When we look at doing universal metering in existing locations, that's when we'll start looking at options for doing it inside for locations where the water services don't need to be replaced or dug up.
Thank you, Mike. We got Councillor Graham, then Councillor Bassett.
Yeah, thank you. And I think you answered a lot of what I was going on as did we pick the right meters. The one thing I'm curious about though is just with And I've heard concerns about the location of the meters and where they go. And and from my understanding, it's us that make the rules on where the water line goes into the house. And I think we have it said it has to be in the middle of the property line or middle of the property. So most times it makes it difficult with the meter base there. And that's a rule that we made. It's not like that we're enforcing, it's not like we're being forced to do that. So is there any consideration around that? And also is all of the staff that needs to be out doing the initial inspections aware and know how to operate these things? That I've heard a few other stories that they're in the ground and then all of a sudden there's been a few issues. So is everybody up to speed on them?
Councillor Graham, to the mayor, two great questions. So the feedback as far as where our standards do require those services, yes, there are some prescriptions in there. We certainly do have the ability to accept and approve variances that still meet good engineering practice. We still do have our subdivision and development servicing bylaw open right now for improvements, and we've seen, or for a new version of that bylaw. We've had some of that engagement with council. I think that is a perfect opportunity, and I'll send it through to that project team to make sure that that consideration is looked at. It's something that we are looking at with some of the smaller lots that we are seeing. When we've gone from overhead to underground utilities, in front of one property, you can have a street light, you can have a fire hydrant, you can have a TELUS, you can have Shaw, you can have BC Hydro. We've got inspection chambers for sewer, and then we've got water meters or water valves. And sometimes something's going to be in a driveway and it is a challenge, but those are the types of lots that we want to see. So we do need to look at flexibility and understanding with that. And I'll make a note of that and put that through to the project team, because if we are seeing that, if we are requiring something that otherwise there's alternatives that don't inhibit the city and only support future and current construction and future maintenance, then I think that those are some great questions. When it comes to the installation and the understanding of the construction of these things, we have had some challenges, and that's similar to what I spoke to when it comes to when we initially came to council. We were looking at a budget for building a business case to consider bringing on new meters, bringing on water meters. Council took the proactive approach of saying we don't need a business case. We know that we need to have them. Let's start putting them in. That did challenge staff to update the bylaws, to build processes, to build policies, to build installation guides, to work with. We've brought in people from the manufacturing industry to come in and do demos on new developments to make sure that not just the city, but private contractors in the area are aware of how to do these things. Once they've figured it out, it's worked well, but there has been some hiccups. And that's why we want to continue to work through those hiccups right now. And that's where I was sort of leading into is we've got still some work to do before we look at the next phase of universal metering implementation, because we need to make sure that we're sustainable where we are right now.
Thank you. Councillor Bissett.
Well, thank you. I appreciate this slide because as you've shown, the two pathways for water use. But what I'm concerned about is that I recall when we were talking about water meters, that it was a way to also offset some of the infrastructure improvements that needed to happen, that we could delay some of that because we'd be, more efficient in our water use. And glancing at this, I'm thinking we're moving ahead on infrastructure improvements where we're not moving ahead on water use management. And I think that we need to do water use management. We need to move ahead on that stream and then adjust our infrastructure improvement accordingly. But please correct me if I'm wrong.
Councillor Bissett, through the mayor, you are correct. We did have those conversations, and there's certainly potential benefits when we're looking at our infrastructure being modeled based on existing consumption, both and from the sewer end, and what would be an ideal future consumption. To perfectly understand what that would be is also behavioral, and we need to make sure that we've set the rates such that we are disincentivizing high water use. So in order to get there, and we do have the utility rate study approved for funding. We're working on that. And that is really one of those last missing pieces for us to then work. And now that we have, meter selection, installation guides, some of those items, to look at the implementation of that universal metering. And then it's really going to be that rate study that we're working on, that we've just started, to talk about how we can carefully phase those in, or how quickly we want to say, no, anything above this use, you're going to start paying more, so we curtail that. We are actively making sure that we aren't getting ahead of the game with those infrastructure improvements that are only based on capacity. So that's where we're trying to build that middle ground, whereas if we see a project right now that we can defer a couple years because it's capacity based, because if we see the use come down, we can extend its lifespan. We're trying to just keep those on the go. Most of those that we're looking at up there are condition based. So regardless of the water use, we do need to get moving forward on them. But yes, we want to work with council, and that's going to be happening in the coming months, looking at that rate study and saying, and the options for getting universal metering in, and other options just for education and understanding of use. If it is behavioral, we do need to focus on that. It's something that we need to really put some effort into.
Yeah, I would say, I think we've had water ambassadors for years, and I know paying for things changes behavior. Look at grocery carts. That's all you have to do. And we need to move ahead on this, so I'm pleased with what you've had to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike, I got a quick question back to the budget numbers here. On one of the capital projects, the Belmont Park Sanitary Sewer, 21st Avenue to Baker Park. You've got, is that a 2-year project? I just looking here in 2026, you got 1,385,000, and then in 2027, 1,385,000. Is that a 2-year project?
Mayor Price, I believe it is. I believe we're looking at essentially 2 equal phases there, and that's mostly just from a constructability perspective. So it is split roughly 50-50. Those will be more refined once we get further along.
Perfect, thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, Council, for that discussion. I feel like we do need to have more engagement on this item, and we're carving out some resources and effort to do so. So I'll go into some of those specific projects. These first 2 are carry forward, so they are already in the budget, but I just wanted to provide a very quick high-level update. We're continuing to move forward with the UFI disinfection facility. We'll be seeing, I believe, an admin update come to one of the next couple council meetings on where we're at there, and similarly to the Gold Creek Dam. These are some really significant projects that we have project teams on board. Just like anything, we're seeing some budget challenges, but we're finding some new and innovative ways to really try to tackle those and push all project team members, including contractors and consultants, to get us where we need to be with those, and make sure that we're only building what we need to build, and that we're doing it in respect of budget while still meeting operational and grant requirements. One of the items that is in this specific budget is the addition of $50,000 to the Phillips Supply condition assessment. This was related to, once we got to the operational plan of that initial assessment, we did realize that we would require a full shutdown of the water system. We looked at the impacts of shutdown to the entire city's water system, not just for fire flow risks, but with some of the challenges that we've had with turbidity, a startup of the water system, just like if you've ever had to start and open your faucet up in your house after it being sitting there, air gets in lines, weird things happen, pipes shake. Imagine that happening throughout the city, and some of the challenges that we'd see with our 80, 90-year-old infrastructure. So this additional $50,000 allows us to buy some equipment and some apparatuses that will allow this to be inserted into a live system. And we feel like the risks and the costs and just the operating time for opening and shutting down valves, we wouldn't want to see a cascading issue in the city for something of this magnitude. And then we have the Phillips Reservoir Dam Safety Review. This is a mandated safety review. This comes from provincial dam safety requirements. That's something that we continue to do every so often. And we are seeing that piece of infrastructure is getting a little bit aged. There's a couple items there that have been identified in previous reports that need to be reviewed, and we want to be proactive, so we can do reactive repairs and maintenance rather than anything that would be we can't afford any failures in the dam structure. Moving on to a couple of the downtown items, we have the downtown parking implementation plan. So I'll try to be clear in what we're looking at. at here. So the implementation plan is $10,000 of new ask from the downtown parking reserve. That is on top of some funding that we didn't utilize in the downtown parking plan that we did last year. The downtown parking plan really did a lot of those assessments of how much parking use is vacant. We did a lot of those assessments and we had people go out and look, and we created that report that council saw that said there's an underutilization of a lot of our downtown parking space, and maybe there's areas where we can convert that to better utilized space. And then it had some recommendations on considering, digital systems for payment, some of those items, or converting some of our right now our reserved parking stalls are 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for a lot of businesses that are there, 9 to 5 days a week. And a lot of those businesses that are seeing people work remotely more, we're seeing a lot of vacancy in those. So is there a better way to utilize those? So what we're looking at doing with the implementation plan is finding a solutions and technology provider that will allow us to bring some technology in, probably still keep a lot of those old meters out there for a period of time as we transition. But for those of us that don't walk around or need to search under our floorboards for change in order to put things in the meter, I'm having something where people can just go into an app and do some of that stuff. When it comes to the downtown parking improvements, that's the $200,000 from reserves. That is a high level number. When we looked at initial estimates, and I've spoken with council about looking at the kiosk system that a lot of other communities have. If we were to look at kiosks at the recommended frequency that other communities have done, or the kiosks providers have, you're looking at $500,000 plus to add those in the community. That's a lot. And then we're seeing that technology has a certain lifespan. And then we're seeing that some of those items for installation, if somebody runs them over, they're really expensive to replace. So we've looked at, there may be opportunities to utilize those in some of our dedicated reserve parking stalls to allow for some of them to be pay per use, or people to come in at other times. But really that the improvements would have maybe some of those physical items, but the improvements would be, a lot of that would be looking at onboarding the digital software, the licenses, the training, the signage required for that. That would be a lot of that. So it is a broad number. There's no intention on spending all of that money until we look at that improvement plan that would have engagement with council and the community to make sure that we've brought a refined project forward. Staff's not going to be doing this alone, and you're not going to see signs without better communication and engagement with council. And then we have our funding that's been set aside for downtown revitalization beautification. Appreciate the involvement of council and the business community in the event that we held earlier today, and that funding is really set aside as seed money for some of those initiatives like we were at today, but more some of the recommendations that came out of the downtown revitalization master plan. We haven't seen a lot of uptake on that the last couple of years, but we are seeing that could hopefully be trending in a really good direction with more engagement with the DBA, and potentially using that as seed money for grant funds to see some more work happening downtown. Moving on to our capital works program, these are our annual allocations. So the capital works program annually, we often provide council with highlights on the big projects, and we will talk about that in the next couple slides. We are developing some of the smaller projects, which is a lot of the side streets that you see us do, where we take our best and most latest and greatest information on road condition, frequency of water breaks and sewer repairs, and we try to get some of those local streets done in the most efficient and effective ways we can. So we've got a couple of those in the design process. We're always a couple years ahead, monitoring those, working with our operations team, making sure that we're getting to the best ones. And then we have some of those larger ones like the Victoria Avenue sewer shed capacity upgrade, which is a continuation, and it has different names as it goes down through that DCC sewer project list. And that is, as alluded to, the Baldmark Park sanitary sewer. So that's you can see the green line on the map, probably not the easiest thing to see, but that's a continuation. Right around the top of it is where that first phase would be coming, and then eventually it does get to Baker Park. So that's something that we would be looking at starting next year. Design is underway. It would be a continuation of where that project just ended around the Western Financial Place parking lot. And that is working up towards the same sewer system and subsystems that the Green Home is on, that the development where the Creekside Townhomes is on, and any other undeveloped properties that are in that area, or any of those secondary suites or any other types of forms that we're seeing in there. Several years ago, we had capacity issues on there that we've talked to council about. Sewer was almost coming out of manholes. We're trying to bring in 300 units of residential/care homes, and that does include the FW Green home number. Without doing those investments, we would be having to talk about how do we defer or delay or ask for the province to pay for these entire upgrades. So really good proactive work, to get these projects moving forward. And that's why the community is in a great position to say yes to some of these investments that are happening now, rather than saying we're not quite ready. So the last two items are land use planning related. These have been discussed with council. Now we've got a little bit more of a refined budget and plan of action here. One of them is the growth management strategy. This would be looking at the perimeter. So what we've shown on that map is essentially everything in green and yellow is a part of the areas around in the RDEK. And all of those yellow properties are privately held properties that sit within what is called the Rocky View OCP from the RDEK. And the RDEK is restarting that OCP process right now, which is a great opportunity for us to collaborate with the RDEK and say, if we bring some funding to the table, if they bring some funding to the table, we need to have some better understanding through both of our communities, land use plans, OCPs, zoning bylaws, and how growth is managed there. If you look at how much is in yellow there compared to how much is in the city proper, you can understand the potential impact, both positive and negative, that growth and density could happen, especially those yellow parcels that are subdividable or unsubdivided. Even if it doesn't have anything to do with city expansion, impact on services, impact on roadways, impact on a lot of things, making sure that growth outside of the community can also pay for growth impacts inside of the community. So those are the types of things that we're really looking at and doing this more collaboratively. There's examples of this being done in a lot of other places in the province. We're just trying to get there in those areas in the Okanagan where you see some of that growth happening in between communities, and that they have to really work closer together. That's where we need to be, especially if we're seeing some increased economic activity. So the RDEK is going to be moving forward with a reciprocal budget increase request, or budget request that's going towards to their board in the coming weeks.
Mike, just a comment. Thank you very much to staff for moving forward with this initiative. Certainly, we're seeing right across Canada and into the U.S. where, these rural water supplies are drying up, and you've got no choice but to tie into municipalities. We see where municipalities that have welfare backup, they're in the same aquifers, as you see in the rural areas. So we've been talking for a couple of years about, getting together with the RDEK, and so you guys have moved forward, and this is really good to see. This is overdue, and this is a real proactive move, and I'm really happy you're moving forward with it.
The last item that we have on here is the Cranbrook land use update and development strategy. And this is looking at the area in the Wildstone existing neighborhood plans, as well as the area outside of it and between Wildstone and Shadow Mountain. Some of this is related to understanding that the lands brought in through the previous expansion of city boundaries are sitting with RDEK zoning. And that's going to change, and those taxes are going to be changing in a couple of years. And we want to make sure that if those people are going to be taxed more, that they should understand their land use and their development potential, such that they're not still sitting in limbo. And the rest of this is really related to, there's a lot of still undeveloped parcels in those Wildstone neighborhood plan areas. And we've seen a lot of discussion around the council table about having more certainty to infrastructure, to transportation, to all of those needs, and some desire to maybe change that community plan area, knowing that it may not all be resort specific. Maybe there has to be more housing development or maybe some commercial use in some of those areas to help make sure that those lands can be realized. So that's really digging down below that OCP level and bringing that forward and coming up with strategies. And that does include significant portions of city land. So council and the community can understand how can we develop that land, what is the best use of it for the greater good of the community.
Okay, thank you, Mike. So the next step now will be for council to consider the projects that Mike has reviewed. And I believe we are starting on page 9.
I think Councillor Stetsky has a quick question here before we move on.
Yeah, just a quick question. I wasn't sure whether you're going to come back to housing or not, but at the bottom of one of your slides, you did talk about policies around housing. Will that include recommendations as to whether or not we should be looking at a housing corporation in Cranbrook? Is that part of that?
Councillor Stetsky through the mayor, that's not a specific target there. When staff did bring the report forward to sort of wrap up the task force on housing, we did talk about a few different initiatives that we're looking at doing to help facilitate that those housing needs. What we're seeing right now, obviously through some of the development activity, that things are moving along quite well. Even if there is no overall housing entity, the amount of growth happening across all of those housing sectors is significant, and we believe we're on track to be satisfying our housing needs report. As we update those things, we may need to leverage more either city resources or city land through something like that type of initiative to make sure that we're meeting that non-market housing. And that's where the local government takes a bigger role, but we also take a big role in advocating through BC Housing and other nonprofits. So I think the desire is, let's see what's happening in the market right now. Let's see what the provincial and federal government are doing to support existing housing providers. And then if we do need to make that leap to having a housing corp, which is a significant financial and resource leap, we'll monitor that and look to identify that in the future.
Councillor Graham?
Yeah, just one question on the operation budget. I don't know, I think maybe Charlotte, you might be able to answer this, sir. Every piece, like plan engineering, building services, like they all have salaries and benefits, but economic development doesn't. So where does the economic development wage appear?
The economic development wage is up under the administration.
Why wouldn't it be under economic development? Or does he do more than just economic development? So it
Because-
wouldn't be.
No, I'm sorry, because it's one person. So that's always been the practice, is where there's one person in a department, we don't present it like that in a public meeting.
And Councillor Graham through the mayor, I think what's happened with the economic development portfolio and function and budget is that does not sit under one individual. What we've done when we did the departmental organizational changes and did bring in economic development and that employee into engineering and development services, that's a department budget for economic development items. Yes, much of those items are delivered by the economic development officer, but a lot of that budget is being used by planning staff, engineering staff for other economic development initiatives. And that collaborative approach and that shared approach we think is more beneficial because we're seeing a greater diversity use of the funds, and we're seeing it actually be used on the ground a little bit more for development purposes. That is good for economic development.
Thank you. So page 9 is where the first page of engineering and development projects are found. And so as we did last year, what we will do is review each line, and we will get a consensus from council whether council wishes to approve the project, deny the project, or defer it for later discussion. So I'll open it up to council for questions or discussion. It's page 9 of the package.
Yeah. So on the iPads, the page numbers don't show up, Charlotte.
Oh.
So if we could just maybe see the visual, then everybody knows they're looking at the right visual. Yeah. So just across the board, we don't
just
have
have
the page
page
numbers.
1 of 1.
Yeah. Just so everybody's aware.
Yeah, it should be. Yeah.
Councillor Ray has a question.
Thank you. So I think we're looking at the engineering and development services chart.
Yes.
Yeah. So I just have an overall question. So The majority of those projects, the funding source is listed as reserves, with the only difference being the growth management strategy is listed as grants/reserves. So as our CFO, what is your comfort level with these expenses coming out of reserve funds?
Councillor Ray, through the mayor, the reserves, we fund all our projects, almost all of them, from reserves. We have had discussions with council that we are beginning to become concerned about the level of funding of our reserves. We have, finance has worked with the departments to, where necessary, move some projects around so that the reserve doesn't end up in a deficit. There are some options we will be discussing. There are some options we will be discussing on next Wednesday, pardon me. And we have talked about it before, such as expiring debt payments going into the reserve for the library and for the fire hall. That is necessary in order to maintain the facility reserve to stop it from going into a deficit. If council chooses to not transfer those previous debt payments, now the debt is final, chooses not to transfer those to the reserve will go into a deficit. So overall, we are concerned about the level of funding going into the reserves.
So Charlotte, so, you know, Mike's walked through these. Basically, he's looking for approval, right? So I guess, does council have any concerns with any of these projects where they would, let's start with first to deny? Because basically, you know, we're assuming we're going to approve unless council has a concern and want to deny or defer. So council, any of these projects that Mike brought forward that you would want to deny? Councillor Stetsky.
More a question, I guess, before we deny or approve. Under the growth management strategy, $200,000, what does that look like in terms of an expenditure? Well, what will that be spent on?
Councillor Stetsky, through the mayor, that would be, so $200,000 is the total project budget. $100,000 would come from the RDEK. So for the overall project scope, because of the complexity when we're talking about trying to understand impacts on aquifers and future water supply, because we need to look at potentially doing some studies related to growth impacts on infrastructure, we're really looking at needing to have some professional support and some professional advice to look at what those impacts would be. So there would be some tabletop studies or some high-level studies to understand what information do we have with well data, aquifer studies that both have happened within the city of the RDEK, have hydrologists look at that and provide a report and recommendations. City staff do not have the training or capacity or ability to do that. Same with some of the transportation engineering, looking at how that would work and making sure that there's some mechanisms and understanding of what those impacts would be on the city. So we do need to have some professional services in there. We would leverage what staff time we have available for reaching out and doing some public consultation, but just knowing where workloads are at. And similarly, in talking to our counterpart with the RDEK, there's not a lot of excess staff capacity to build communication information, to do open houses, to do a lot of the stuff that would also be a part of this growth management study. So a lot of that would be looking at some professional services and recommendations to help inform how the city and the RDEK and the board members would say, yes, there's growth capacity here, but this is how we deal with the impacts. No, there is not growth capacity here for these understandable and professional reasons.
So supplemental, if I may, just quickly. I thought I'd heard you say that our cost was only 100,000 out of the 200,000, and 100 is going to come from the RDEK. So should we be looking at approving 100,000 or 200?
I think that's, Councillor Stetsky through the mayor, I think that's more of a finance, not to say formality, but what it's been put in the budget is consideration that the $100,000 of the budget is being considered as a grant. So I don't believe we are considering that total $200,000 coming from it. So maybe Charlotte can speak to that, but that's probably where, from my perspective, should be at least known that there's matching funds in there.
I'm very sorry, Councillor Stetsky, but I was trying to deal with getting copies of these pages all printed out. Could you please repeat the question?
I thought I heard Mike say that our portion of the $200,000 was only going to be $100,000 and that really was the cost we should be looking at rather than approving $200,000.
I'm just waiting for, yes, 100 grants. Yes, so $100,000 grants and 100,000 from reserves. It shows up as the full 200 because that's what we're spending. And then how we're funding it is sort of the other side of it. Thank you. Apologies for not hearing that.
Councillor Peabody.
Thank you, Mayor. And sorry, I just have a quick question about the downtown parking improvements. So what's the $200,000, like if we're not touching the parking meters with that money and we've already done the study, is that $200,000 just to like repaint some lines and some new signage?
Councillor Peabody through the mayor, a large portion of that would be actually onboarding a digital payment system. So if you've ever been to an airport or a lot of larger communities that do have the software and you can pay by an app, that costs money based on the number of users or the number of uses, and you do need to onboard that initial software price for the city to purchase that software to own and operate it, and then you need to have some training for it. You do need to have signage available in the community so people can see. You need to use this app for it. I've seen it quite a bit on my travels. The ones that work really great are really great, but you do the physical signage still. If you have to put 20 or 30 signs downtown at a few $1,000s a piece, that adds up pretty quickly. We can look at using existing sign poles. So 50% of it would be approximately looking at the signage and making sure that that information is aware so people can see how to pay, whether that's stickers or signs, and the rest of it is looking at the software license and the annual fees for the software to manage the payment and the delivery of those services.
Okay, so just to be clear, we're not going to have a kiosk, but we're just going to have like an online system or the coin operated system.
Councillor Peabody through the mayor, that is not 100% defined based on staff research to date, because we wanted to make sure that we weren't running in a direction that doesn't make sense. We believe that to be the best case, or there may be limited kiosks in some areas, maybe for the larger parking lots, if that's a benefit. But at this point in time, that's why the $10,000 for the implementation plan would be used to hire a solutions provider that would say, this is the best solution for Cranbrook, understanding the existing user, the future user, and how to bridge that and make sure that it's sustainable going forward.
They'll probably have like a cost benefit plan.
Yes, and options of phasing it in, options of potentially phasing out digital or physical meters as things move forward. But we will be agile in what that plan is, and we will be working with the community and with council before we say this is where we're going and how we're going to get there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so council, looking at the screen up there, are we fine that we're not going to deny or defer, that we're going to approve those projects that we see in front of us? Yeah, okay, on to the next one. Pardon me? It's Charlotte, Charlotte, do you want to make a resolution on those? Are you going to run them all together or independently?
Let me just check with Marnie.
Or do you want to do them all at the end?
Yeah, I know that last year we ended up with a resolution naming each project.
Yeah.
So I will run through them quickly. So the resolution is that council give budget pre-approval to the following capital projects from the Engineering and Development Services Department: downtown parking improvements, liquid waste management plan, downtown revitalization, beautification, downtown parking implementation, growth management strategy, and Cranbrook North land use update and development strategy.
Perfect. Mover, Councillor Ray, Councillor Brissette, discussion. All in favor? Opposed? There. Carried. Thank you, Charlotte.
Thank you, everyone. So, yeah, well, Melissa Wilhelm is going to bring us copies of these schedules. But in the meantime, I just have a couple of, one comment around the next schedule we're looking at, which is the infrastructure planning and delivery division projects. This is where the road program is. And we have shown the 1% road dedicated tax, the growth component separately. If you're looking on your package, it opens up with IPD 0001 and the general allotment of 3.6 million. And then underneath that is the 1% road increase. Like we did last year, I'm going to suggest that we potentially defer that piece for consideration because it, as it was last year, will be one of the options for council's consideration in lowering the tax increase. So that's the only comment I have on that particular slide.
Okay. So council, looking at the board there, any projects you would want to deny or defer? And I think the discussion, let's try and keep it to the financial side of this, and if we've got operational questions, we can ask those later.
Okay. So I'm not hearing anything. So I propose that we start with the deferral resolution. So that council defer the Capital Works Program General Road Dedicated Tax 1% increase from the Infrastructure Planning and Delivery Division.
Okay. Councillor Brissette, Councillor Popoff, discussion. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you.
Thank you. And then one more call to see if there's anybody who wants to have a discussion about any of the other projects.
Councillor Peabody?
The only one that I'm questioning is just the pork chops on Victoria, and just really wondering if they are necessary. You know, I know $100,000 isn't the end of the world, but is it going to cause more, I guess, complaints and disruption on Victoria compared to what the benefit might be?
Councillor Peabody through the mayor, great question. As we all know, change can be difficult to manage, especially when we've seen some changes recently that are related to, you know, intersection or traffic safety. These have been a regular part of how the city's grown and evolved, and it doesn't take too long for people to get used to it and get accommodated to it and understand that the safety benefits, especially for a high-speed corridor, the life safety benefits of these should outweigh a little bit of those concerns when it comes to, you know, a few seconds going in the other direction until we get to a safer intersection. We certainly do appreciate and acknowledge it, and that's why this initially was looking at being scoped as a concrete divider down Victoria Avenue, which certainly probably would have raised a few more questions and emails that we're all going to be working on. So that's why we feel that this was the most prudent approach going forward, not to be limiting parking, but mostly just limiting some of those more dangerous movements, similar to, like I referred to on the highway. You can't go across the entire highway unless you're at a signalized intersection, and that's in Victoria Avenue feels like you're on the highway sometimes.
Councillor,
Sorry, just supplemental. So why start with the pork chops as opposed to maybe just using signage that just says no left turns in those intersections?
Councillor Peabody through the mayor, that's another great question. I do know of 2 no left turn or right turn or no access only signs that the city has implemented over the last 5 to 10 years that are routinely being simply ignored. The ones that are being ignored in areas that are low speed, fender benders, those are something that doesn't come up on ICB crash reports. When we're looking at something like this, where the consequence of ignoring that sign could lead to the types of injury or unfortunately, death, that's where having something that physically restricts the movement is the best practice recommendation. And that's what we see, especially when we're looking at the speed classification and there being 2 lanes wide or a 4-lane road on Victoria Avenue.
Okay. Councillor Graham?
Yeah, thank you. I think this one is a lot easier to defend putting in than some of the other stuff that we've had to in the past, just because of what we're seeing and the growth and the use of Victoria. A great example is the painted pork chop in front of 7-Eleven by the old Kootenai Springs. Growing up here your whole life, you'd always just turn right at the 7-Eleven, but technically now it's painted. You should be turning right at the tracks rather than in at 7-Eleven. And so many people are there, and there's a sign that says no left turn in there, but people still are stopped there. So you're coming off the strip and like you're right into somebody because they're stopped not following the pork chop because it's only painted. So I think it makes sense.
Well, thank you. Call the question, all in favor? Opposed? Thank you, Charlotte. It's carried. There wasn't there a motion on that, on that list other than the,
I hadn't called for the,
oh, I'm sorry. I thought we were sitting on a motion. Oh,
okay, so
okay,
are we ready to vote?
we're ready for a motion.
That council give pre-approval for Capital Works Program, the general portion, Capital Works Program storm portion, Creekside Town Homes, 1601 4th Street South oversizing latecomers, Victoria Avenue 2nd Street to Kootenai Street, bless you, Capital Works Program, water main replacement, Phillips Supply trunk condition assessment, Phillips Reservoir Dam safety review, Capital Works Program sewer main replacement, Beaumont Park sanitary sewer.
Thank you. Mover, Councillor Ray, Councillor Baba. Discussion. Councillor Bissett.
I'd just like to say there's a few more streets that we need pork chops on. And I think there's a number of people in town that would be in favor of that. Yes, it will cause problems, but certainly 7th Avenue, 4th Street, that's 2 that just pops to mind right away. So anyways, something to keep in mind.
Thank you. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried, Charlotte. That's better.
Thank you, everyone. So thank you very much, Mike. That was great. Amanda's up next. I am supposed to do my presentation after Amanda. I'm just going to push mine to the bottom and hopefully we can make up a little bit of time. And while Amanda's getting organized, I'm going to pass out copies of those schedules.
Yeah, so we're about 45 minutes behind right now. Yeah, that's not bad.
And just for the record.
Well, hey, you know what? It's all about the discussion. How much discussion you want to have, and I'm good till midnight. I mean, until we get her done. I know we're not.
I just want to, when I looked back, I had spoken to Mike, and so Mike's presentation was 20 or 30 minutes. That's what I gave him. But when I looked at last year's schedule, I see that we took about the same amount of time last year. So this is on me, not anybody else.
The Q&A, yeah. Welcome, Amanda.
Just give IT a moment to get the presentation up.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hold on here, I got this.
I believe that the 15.
Oh, okay, yeah.
so there was, when you sat down, there were some, those need to be inserted.
Okay.
So those have to be.
What happened here? All right, that goes here. There. Oh, sorry.
Good afternoon. Looking at RCMP support services budget, revenue we're projecting is going to increase by just over $25,000 in 2026. Revenue is from the fees we receive for police information checks, disclosure, keeping of provincial prisoners, our MOU with City of Kimberley for jail cell services, as well as the funds we receive through leasing a portion of the detachment to provincial RCMP units. In terms of expenses, we are looking at some increases in expenses, which I'll break down in just a moment here. And the expenses for 2026 for police support services is going to be around $2,159,601, with the policing contract, the RCMP municipal policing contract at $6,948,815 in 2026. Significant changes to the RCMP budget include a $483,470 increase in the RCMP municipal policing contract. This is primarily driven from a 3.5% RCMP member inflation adjustment, the pay increase from the previous collective agreement, as well as the replacement of some vital RCMP equipment such as tasers, firearms, and body armor.
Thank you, Amanda. Just a couple of additional comments on that. We will have a bigger discussion on the policing contract on Wednesday of next week, November the 26th. Just on that 3.5 member inflation adjustment, the RCMP contract expired March 31st, 2025. So I'm not sure if bargaining has commenced or, but it, yeah, so that we will be subject to a new contract at some point.
Expenses for our CMP support services staff will be increasing by $344,056 in 2026. And this is due to the 3% inflation adjustment in pay grade advancements for staff. The new assistant manager position, that's actually funding which was reallocated from building and bylaw budget into the RCMP budget, as well as a watch clerk. And so the organizational chart for RCMP support services included only 3 watch clerk positions, when in fact there are 4.
Thank you, Amanda. So that's on, that's not on Amanda's side, that's on our side. And yeah, Charlene and I have scratched our heads a bit. I suspect it has to do with that org chart due to perhaps some inconsistent, oh, there we go. Thank you. Some lack of continuity, let's say, on the HR side. over the years. The org chart that Charlene was using was an old org chart. And yeah, it's in 2025, the budget was for 3 watch clerks, when in effect it should have been for 4. And back in 2023 was actually when council approved 4 watch clerks. So that's an error.
Little miss, not a big deal. Councillor Stetsky.
Quick question on the 3.5% increase. RCMP contracts, if I remember right, can sometimes take several years before they're finally signed off and we end up with a substantial bill at the end of it. So I'm assuming that if we approve this, you're putting aside a certain amount of money for the future then potentially?
Councillor Stetsky, through the mayor, if I can. Part of the discussion next week will be about around the difficulty of budgeting for the policing contract. The policing contract in March of 2025, which is the year end, had a deficit $268,000, something like that. And we're now on target for a $300,000 surplus. It makes budgeting extremely difficult. You may recall, Councillor Stetsky, that at some point we were actually risk managing the RCMP budget. Very, very uncomfortable with that at this point, and any surplus that we would be able to retain, if there is such a thing, I would hold for what you're just referring to there.
Okay, looking at our work plan for 2026 in RCMP support services, we will be focusing on expanding the Cranbrook RCMP volunteer program, and that will assist us in delivering crime reduction initiatives such as a business block watch program, lockout auto crime, and volunteer community patrols. Over to bylaw services. Bylaw revenue includes business licenses and downtown parking. We're projecting $464,000 in revenue in 2026, which is a $23,000 increase from the current year. Expenses, which include salaries and benefits, training, supplies, hazardous site cleanup, and kennel contract, is projected at an increase of $27,431 in 2026. Significant changes to the bylaw service contract consist of $23,000 increase in wages and benefits, and that's again from that 3% inflation adjustment in pay grade advancements, as well as a $3,000 increase in the membership training and travel. And this is really a reallocation of funds from engineering and development over to the RCMP budget. The bylaw services work plan in 2026 includes the transition of bylaw services under the police services umbrella to provide increased collaboration with RCMP and more effectively utilize resources to support public safety, as well as to continue to support public safety through bylaw enforcement, public education, and policy development. And 3 capital projects for 2026 are being presented. The first is $7,000 from reserves for office chair replacement at the RCMP detachment, as well as $5,000 from reserves for desk replacement at the detachment. Both of these items will be reused post-renovation. And $8,000 from reserves for desks and chairs for the new bylaw office. This is a new request. If I might, Amanda, through to council, we say new request simply because it wasn't presented at the October 15th meeting. We are in the process of of that transition. So just recently we met to make some decisions or create a plan around where bylaw was going to be going, and so that's why this is new. You'll see another new one in Tony's presentation around some renovations that need to be done at over at Western Financial Place.
Councillor Bassett, then Councillor Graham.
Thank you. I just wondered, like bylaw used to have desks and chairs where they were. So did those get moved over and this is just for ones that break or something? Or we have them. They used to have a chair.
Councillor Blissett through Mayor Price, maybe a little bit with Mike, but I do believe that Mike is planning on reusing that furniture over at engineering. It will be reused.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Graham?
Yeah, thank you. Just a couple of things I'm curious about, or on the operating expenses, and just something that if you can have prepared for the next meeting, just because we're going to talk about it in depth. One is I want to know how we reduce our RCMP members to 20. I want to know also how easy is it for us to get out of the RCMP contract, and also what can we do to begin to look at increasing our bylaw / community policing officers to give us the boots on the ground that we've been asking for.
Thank you. That actually concludes my presentation.
Councillor Peabody?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Amanda, it looks like, obviously the cost of providing police services in Cranbrook increases every year. But the fees for service, like keeping a prisoners, and I don't know if the police reports and security checks would be included in this, but they don't seem to increase the same rate as what it costs us to provide the service. Is there anything the city can do about that to increase what we're receiving for revenue?
Yeah, Councillor Peabody through the mayor, that is a great observation. The fees from police information checks and disclosure will be increasing. A resolution was brought to council, I believe, November 3rd meeting to increase some of those fees for service. So that will result in a small fee increase. It's relatively small. We're projecting about only $5,000 in revenue increase from the fee increases. The MOU with the City of Kimberley for jail cell services, that has increased slightly. It was previously 55,000. We've increased it to 75,000 with an inflationary increase every year going forward. And the keeping of prisoner revenue is really an estimate. It depends on the number of provincial prisoners we actually have within our cells. So provincial prisoner would be anytime we'll hold a prisoner beyond 24 hours, or if they're from out of our jurisdiction in a provincial area. So unfortunately, there's limited areas where we can increase revenues within policing.
Thank you.
And Councillor has a question.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick comment. I think it's a really positive strategic change to have bylaw and RCMP working together more closely. I think there's really good potential there to increase our efficiency and effectiveness. So it's going to be exciting to see that, operationalized and what that's going to look like for us. I know at this meeting and previous meetings, we've talked about potentially exploring other approaches to policing, and I think there's openness around the table to explore those other options. I just want to ensure that as those conversations proceed, it needs to be direction of all of council. So as those reports come forward to council, I just want to make sure that staff is being directed by all of council, and that we would want to be having like a detailed business analysis of status quo, whatever the options are, status quo, increasing community policing, you know what I mean? So just want to be sure that we're, have very solid business analysis of all of our options for all of council to consider.
Thank you.
Okay, council. So Amanda's list of projects for basically office furniture. Is there any consideration for denying or deferring any of those? Okay. So the resolution will be that council give budget pre-approval for the bylaw desk and chair replacements, the RCMP office chair replacement, and the RCMP desk replacements for the RCMP detachments.
Mover, Councillor Stetsky. Councillor Peabody. Geez, I've got her a couple times. I've spread it around. Discussion. All in favor? It's carried. Thank you. Yeah. Got to spread it around.
Okay, so we're going to jump over finance and we will move right to fire and emergency services. Oh. Okay, let's do a break.
We now reconvene the meeting. Pass over to you, Charlotte.
Thank you, Mayor. Up next is Scott Driver, Director of Fire Services, AKA Fire Chief.
Got it. Okay, thank you, Council, for having me today. Appreciate the opportunity to be here. Let's go. How do we get this going? Jazanga's pulling it up.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Here we go. Happy to take questions as we go. I don't need them to wait till the end. It'll flow how it flows today. So we always start with our mission statement, and the first sentence in the mission statement is the public-facing piece. And as a fire service, community-based fire service, we strive to provide efficient and effective prevention and response services to community, and that sits at the foundation of everything that we do. Briefly at the beginning, we'll just talk about the change in revenue and expenses from 2025 to 2026. Our revenues have increased by $42,588 they will increase over this year, which is 3.6%, and the expenses will increase by $204,521, which is 3.7%. So similar increase to both over the course of the year. I'm going to go through the work plan first and then hit the budget at the end, so it flows right into the budget conversations that we're going to do. I kind of already had this conversation because Councillor Ray asked last administrative update, but I did want to show that the call volumes visually have somewhat stabilized over the last 3 years. But what I do want to say is that stabilization is at a high rate. We're not stabilized at a low, easy to manage rate. We're going pretty good in the fire service in Cranbrook. It's about triple we're doing per day what I was doing when I started in the fire service. So it is quite busy. And what I want to do before I leave this slide is just talk about the fact that call volumes is really easy data to look at, but it's not the whole story. The complexity and challenges in the fire service aren't all related to how many times we drive out of the building in the day. Some of it is the challenges in front of us with the complexity of the industrial activity that's occurring, the residential density that is usually really good news for building and development services comes with significant challenges for fire and rescue services. And so I will, as we go forward in our quarterly reports, and we have a new software program that we'll talk about in a couple minutes, try and talk about more complex issues in terms of the types of calls we're going on rather than just the number of calls when we do quarterly updates, and try and just enrich that conversation for the community. Like I said, our summerly work plan is based on a foundation of efficient and effective rescue and response services. In order to do that, we have our work plan broken up into operations and administration. And apologize for the highlighting. Now it's an editing error. I was going to take that out, but it's in there now. It's no more important than the other things on that page. I'll tell you that. So part of the Deputy Chief of Operations plan this year is really to focus on making sure that we hit our succession plan for those technical rescue leadership opportunities, wildfire capacity, fleet management systems, and our respiratory protection program. So we've got a lot of succession planning that needs to be done because these things are not something that you can learn in a 1-year span or a 6-month period. It takes a long time to learn these highly technical aspects of our business, and we are primarily made up of staff expenses. The staff's expertise is where the community benefits. And so large investments into staff time training and succession planning are really important in our business. Additionally, from the Deputy of Operations work plan is that the operational capabilities need to match the community's needs, and significantly pressing up against the fire service in the next couple of years is going to be high angle rope rescue. Where we can deal with industry when buildings are being built, but the residents are expecting the ability to do high angle rescue once they get occupancy in those same buildings. And so we do not currently have the ability to do technical high angle rope rescue. We do need to obtain that ability in the very near future. And that's our plan for 2026. Additionally, there's 2 school buses in the fire hall parking lot, and we've got a heavy rescue instructor coming in next year to start working towards those types of challenges that I'm talking about. Is there's complex rescue challenges in the community that we're doing our very best to address in a economical and meaningful way, so that the citizens have the available rescue services, and we're not breaking the budget trying to do that. So very fortunate that those 2 buses came to us for no charge other than towing from School District 5 and School District 6.
So Ray has a question.
Thank you, Mayor. How many stories do you need to be at to need high angle rope rescue? Is that the right question to ask?
It's a pretty good question, Councillor Ray.
Okay.
Yeah, so technical high angle rescue basically is anything we can't reach with our ladders. And so once we start to see 4 stories and higher, is we're looking at technical high angle rescue being a potential requirement. It depends where we can park the truck. And if the parking lot's full, we got to park the truck further away, which means it might be the 3rd story where we need it. So we are at a place now where it's something that the public will be expecting from us. And we've had some challenges in the past. Administrative work plan is a little bit more in my portfolio than the deputy chiefs. And so some of the things that we need to work on in the fire service over the course of 2026 are the fire service bylaw and the updates that need to be accompanying the Fire Safety Act. The density issues that Development Service talked about, emergency management changes to EDMA, and additionally, some of the social issues that we're noticing in Cranbrook, our fire service bylaw is silent on. And so we want to work in that capacity as well. There's policy work directly attributed to the work that the Development Services Department is doing that the fire service can support to make their job easier, more clear, and that developers in town have predictable path of travel for their development applications as well. So we need to put some time and effort into that. And the last one is, well, service level policy comes with basically the high angle rescue conversation that we were talking about, and that'll come back to council early in 2026. But we also want to align some of the common interdepartmental challenges that we're seeing. And I'm talking about social issues, some of the policing stuff that the fire service supports and aligns with, and then those other development issues as well. So back to the Emergency Disaster Management Act, something regulated by the province a couple of years ago. The regulations are still inbound, but we can see parts of them at this point, and we know that the municipal obligations are real. So in emergency management is we are looking at addressing, and you'll see it in the budget numbers, 0.3 FTE towards emergency management for 2026. Just to kind of get our foundation and understanding of where we're at and what our needs will be going into 2027. And then you'll see increases in that as we move to 2027. So we're starting to acknowledge through the budget the salary and wages that we need to put towards emergency management. And we just want to make sure that that's known by council and the community. Again, I apologize for the highlighting. This is no more important than the rest of the slides, but wildfire resilience is one of the things that we do work on in our operations plan. And so we're going to continue the landscape treatment that we've been doing in the past. And we're really looking to some of the risks that are outside our jurisdiction And in the case where they pose real risks to living inside communities, we want to make sure that we're applying resources and dealing with those risks. And the watershed is the easiest example to imagine. So trying to find ways to treat the watershed and make it safer for us so that the drinking water investments that we're making across the community can remain useful to our citizens. Additionally, this year in 2026, as we're making a really strong push towards homeowner Fire Smart programs, we're working with our regional district partners to see if we can find some alignment with Fire Smart coordinators working in community. And additionally is that we are looking, and you'll see it in the budget later, is for some funds to Fire Smart, one of the city assets that's front and center. So using it as a launch pad sort of for the community homeowner Fire Smart program to do that. And so we have some reserve monies that some reserve monies that we're setting aside for that project. So that is the work plan. Now, if we get into the operational budget changes, so those significant.
Councillor Popoff has a comment or question.
Thank you, Mayor. So I wanted to ask you about the Emergency Management Act, or whatever it's termed.
Correct.
It's not yet in place, but as it leads up and gets into place, I guess, what type of FTE resources are we going to need permanently to administer it?
Yeah, so the work plan that we have kind of set out in front of us is we're looking at 0.3 of an FTE in 2026 to do that assessment. And we expect that there will be an additional 0.5 of an FTE coming in 2027 once we see the regulations. The act is in place and we can see what it's pointing towards. We know the people who are working on the regulations that are coming, and we can kind of predict what they're going to be reasonably, but we can't see all the details. And so in 2026, like I said, we have 0.3 of an FTE, which is around $50,000 of staff time for emergency management. They're going to do some projects working on addressing some of the issues that are kind of front and center and really necessary, that are urgent, and also doing the planning to make sure that we're getting the resources in 2027 that we need to do the stuff that's coming.
So supplemental, do you need a fully trained fire person to do this, or can it be a non-fire person to do this type of work?
We're not looking at having a firefighter doing the emergency management. It's a specialty of its own. Yeah. So Michelle Shortridge currently in 2026 is going to be doing that work with us. Okay, to the operational budget changes, as was talked about before, Charlotte's spoke to the 4.5% inflationary adjustment in wages and benefits. You can see there the 0.3 FTE for emergency management. An increase to the auxiliary firefighter complement has also been budgeted for, which is around $15,000. For firefighting equipment, we're switching to non-destructive testing of our ladders, as we found that the testing methods that we're using and are required were causing shortened lifespans of our ladders. We were starting to pick up quite a bit of damage. And so we're trying to increase the lifespan of the assets by doing non-destructive testing, but there is a cost associated with that. And in 2026, it's $24,000. And that includes the aerial ladder truck. Software licenses, this is almost a wash because we're taking on ownership and the purchasing of the fire department resource management software in 2026, hopefully starting in January 1st. But that will lead to a decreased requisition from the regional district for that same type of software program. It's going from a regionally sourced model to a individually sourced model, and we don't have a choice in that. We're starting that on January 1, 2026. And then with firefighter turnout clothing maintenance, there's a reduction in that budget line item, and that is simply because we had a carry forward item from 2024 to 2026, which doesn't keep going. We did purchase the turnout gear, and we're moving towards the PFAS-free firefighter turnout gear, but we wanted to wait until we had some stuff that was reliable enough to spend that much money on. So the 2026 projects and the 2027 companion projects. I've spoke to almost all of these. There's continuous nonstop end of life cycle turnout gear replacement. So 2026 and 27, you continue to see staff that have gear that's expiring based on their life cycle, and it's 11,000 in 26 and 18,500 in 2027. What I will say is that the provincial government does have legislation tabled to force a complete change out of turnout gear to PFAS free. We don't know when that's going to come. This is normal life cycle replacement. When that shows up, there'll probably be an urgent council meeting to find budget on midway through a year to do that if it doesn't come with some leniency with the regulation change. Fire 70 is a light duty truck replacement, and Murray, Deputy Chief Robertson's been working with Tony for fleet services for that. It's an end of life pickup. The atmospheric monitoring in Fire 72 is again end of life replacement of, it's just recapitalization of atmospheric monitoring equipment. And a note on that one is that we decided rather than buy it all in 1 year, we're going to space it out over 3 years, and we do that with the other departments. So Public Works and Rec Services also use that gear. As for special projects in Fire 52, we have a $200,000 grant application that we're expecting, and the Fire Smart landscaping demonstration product is Fire 76, which is $50,000 from the Wildfire Mitigation Reserve to do one of the buildings, and they're being assessed as we speak.
Okay, so on page 21. For fire and emergency services. Opening up with the Project Fire 55 auxiliary turnout gear. So same as we've done previously, let's start with, are there any of these projects that council would consider denying or deferring? Are there any questions about any of the projects? Okay, so
Pardon me, do we have Constable Lissette online?
Oh, yes, we do. Her camera just isn't on, so we'll just ask her to turn her camera on for the vote.
Yep. Okay.
Okay. Okay, can you hear us, Norma?
Oh, yes, yep, I've been
Okay.
listening.
Councillor Blissett, sorry.
It's okay.
The resolution would be that council give budget pre-approval for the following capital projects from the Fire and Emergency Services Department: auxiliary turnout gear, 1502 light duty truck replacement, atmospheric monitoring equipment, wildfire interface mitigation 2026, and Fire Smart landscaping demonstration.
Mover. Councillor Ray, Councillor Popov. Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Scott. Okay, so up next is Tony Hitu with Public Works. So this is a bit of a long section because Tony will also be talking about water, sewer, solid waste, and a small bit on the Shadow Mountain subdivision.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So Public Works mission statement to working to serve the public in a safe, prompt, courteous, efficient manner. Our dedicated employees strive to plan, design, inspect, build, and maintain public infrastructure in a manner that adequately preserves the asset for succeeding generations. So summer 2026, Public Works took over all facility assets, including rec and culture. So as part of this, we looked at all city facility projects and are going to take a step back and go through are going to recommend some facility condition assessments and And so out of that, we've deferred a number of projects to 2027 until those facility condition assessments are complete, and we can prioritize based on what we can fund and priorities, and just work on some strategic timing of these projects, as well as trying to roll up a lot of these smaller projects into larger projects for efficiency. So one of those projects is the library building upgrades, a senior center hydronic baseboard replacements, a Balmont building roof replacement we're delaying a year, and manual training center brick repointing. So we had some planning in 2026 or design, and 2027 would have been the actual work.
Councillor Stetsky?
Yes, thank you. So the two deferrals for the library, those are based on we're not ready to proceed?
Thank you, Councillor Stetsky through the mayor. No, it's not, we're not ready. We just decided to put these projects off until we can take a holistic look at all city facilities. And with the idea that, you know, the city only has so much funding, and, you know, we really need to look at, you know, what we fund and how we fund it most efficiently. So we'll be going further on in the slides. It's sort of an outcome of the committee of the whole meeting we had, where we discussed you know, the future city assets and the need to you know, do some strategic planning around replacements, you know, very similar to the approach engineering has taken with all linear infrastructure.
So supplemental on the library elevator. What are the implications of deferring that to 2027? Do you know, or should I be talking to, since I'm the council rep to the library board, should I be talking to the library before we make a final decision on that? Are there serious issues with the elevator, or no?
There's no you know, immediate concerns. It's just, you know, through regular maintenance. These, you know, we did look at an asset management plan of the elevator asset a number of years ago, and this is one of the items that have come up for upgrades. So, you know, by, you know, deferring it a year, I don't think it'll affect any operations. Where obviously the longer you delay things, higher the risk of failure, but, you know, we don't feel this is going to be an issue.
So it won't impact any people with disabilities or anything like that in terms of their ability to access?
No, the elevator's running fine and running as it should be.
Councillor Grimm?
Just on that, this has nothing to do with library operations, the elevator, right? It's just to get up to the second floor?
Yeah.
So it doesn't affect the library at all?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Grimm. So here are some projects that we're proceeding with in 2026 and 2027 companion projects. So we're carrying on with some cemetery upgrades, a little bit of a carry forward from last year. So just some infill and planning for the memorial tree grove. Under city-owned buildings, so we've installed auto locks at Rotary, so we'd like to continue on with that in some of the other city washrooms. Kingsman Boys and Girls Club roof replacement. That is one roof that we need to get onto next year and get completed. Library ramp replacement. This is just out there sort of looking for grants. And so if it does proceed, we'd be looking for $40,000 out of reserves and $100,000 out of grants. And bylaw office renovations for the bylaw move. So just under mobile equipment, all of these are replacements, except for just wanted to touch base on the loader mounted sweeper. We decided this is an asset that will extend the life of our other sweepers. So the other sweepers are approaching $500,000, and so this is a very simple loader mounted unit that I think will be very valuable in extending those other assets. So the traffic lights radar speed sign, so that's a public works initiative. We're working with ICBC. We'll be working with ICBC on looking at some areas of town that that would warrant it, and through that process they would also fund a large portion of this project. So that's just work in progress and see where it goes. Bit of a public works initiative. And so the 10th Ave Baker Street replacements, that's there as funding for possible design if we do need to go ahead with lights on that. It's currently being assessed. The traffic in that area is being assessed whether lights are actually warranted or the four-way stop, but it's in there in case we need it so we don't have to come back.
Councillor Stefsky.
And just a quick question, because the fire department, we're looking for 85,000 to replace a truck. And here you got 60,000 and 62,000. So what's the difference between these light duty trucks?
Yeah, so with our truck, we included the costs of light bars, radios, those extra emergency equipment, because they are being used for emergency response.
Thank you.
Councillor Papa.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I've asked the question a few times, but Tony, can you maybe find out from the school board if the radar signs at Amy Woodlands are still necessary there? The school is closed. So if we don't need them there, and I guess that the decision maker is the school district, there's some perfectly good ones that we can be used for other purposes. And with respect to the traffic lights, if we were to fully restore the traffic lights, that's the total cost, $75,000?
Thank you.
I thought there was an extra zero on the end of that one for restoring those lights.
Councillor Popoff through the mayor. Yes, so this would cover the design. They're
just the design.
Okay. Yeah, so we could get things rolling.
Councillor Ray.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to Councillor Papa for once again raising the question about the school zone around Amy Woodland. So I had the opportunity to speak with the superintendent recently at an event. She confirmed that that is a school zone and will remain a school zone, and the signs will remain. Amy Woodland is being used as a busing point as well. So there are kids there. So yeah, right from the top, from the superintendent, that will remain a school zone, and that is a school district decision.
Thank you for that clarification. Councillor Graham.
Yeah, thank you. Just in regards to the $75,000 for the design, like what are we designing? There's already lights there. We know what we're doing. Like where does that go? Like how do I justify that to the public that's going to ask that exact question?
Thank you, Councillor Graham through the mayor. So it's not only the overhead, it's it's the design. If we're replacing all the structures, we're going the design of the whole intersection is going to happen. All the underground pipes, they're going to be looking at sight lines, you'll notice, that was designed in the early 80s, and there's a tree, you'll notice that there's sight line issues there, and in most of the new intersections sort of are more geared towards pedestrians with bump outs that go further. So, it would be much more than just the infrastructure, because we'd want to look at the whole intersection.
Yeah, and I guess sometimes we can plug your ears, Mike. Sometimes we can over-engineer things, and I'm just curious. Like Baker Street's already 30 kilometers an hour, and people are familiar with pedestrians on it. So I just don't want to see us move into something that traffic engineers like this is what we need, and really isn't what we need. I think there's a few questionable intersections that we've updated that aren't necessarily functional for what we need outside of maybe for a 5-minute time every 24 hours it's necessary. So I just think that it's great, but I don't know if spending all that money is necessary.
Thank you. Councillor Ray.
Thank you, Mayor. So what is the timeline for the traffic assessment for the 10th Ave Baker Street intersection? I know it's a bit of a chicken and egg, because it sounded like we were looking for potentially pre-approval pending the outcome of that assessment, but I'm just wondering if there's an opportunity to defer this until we have the assessment.
Councillor Ray, through the mayor, we do have the consultant working on that right now. I'd have to check in for an update on it. I think depending on what options we have through the remainder of the budget process, it may be reasonable to consider deferring this decision. And at the very least, when the second round of decision making is made, this is either refined, or we have ideally a draft report or a report to put behind us at that time. I think that would be reasonable from our perspective, understanding that people, again, change is sometimes worrisome to people, but people are getting used to the way that it's working right now.
Thank you. And just a quick supplemental. In terms of design, I certainly understand the question, just wanting to probe on the necessity of this expense. But, I live near Laurie School, and where the, whatever you call them, where the sidewalk comes out into the street there on that, where the sidewalk was redone there, that's just been an excellent improvement. So I think there is value in these design opportunities where we can look at current strategies that may not have been available, or they maybe weren't on the radar 10, 20, 30 years ago. So I just want to speak for the value of those kind of design innovations, because for that area, that has been a real safety improvement for sure.
Thank you for that.
So moving on to parks bleachers. So yeah, we've been basically replacing one bleacher a year, and this is just a continuation of that project. Irrigation upgrades, just again, just going through the irrigation systems, making some upgrades. Rotary Park cenotaph fencing and in-ground lighting. So basically what we want to, what the plan is there is to design just a fence and some lighting to make, just to stop people from climbing all over the cenotaph. So and then moving Western Financial playground equipment.
Councillor Graham, Councillor Teske.
Just have a quick question around the in-ground lighting. Is that lighting that would be on, like there'd be power there year round?
Thank you, Councillor Graham, through the mayor. Yeah, there'd be power there year round, and there's power near there.
I guess my question is just with what we see and happening with events with like Summer Sounds and stuff, it might be worth talking to groups like that as maybe having a quad box or something that is there without maybe having to run cables. There might be just an option just for events that we do in Rotary Park to have a power outlet there if we're going to have in-ground power there. Just something to think about as we're there anyway.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Graham. There's actually Rotary Park is got a substantial amount of power all over the park that we put in years ago. So it's actually quite well designed for events.
Councillor Teskey.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So I attended a barbecue about a week ago, a fundraiser for the Legion to raise money for the cenotaph. So I'm wondering how that fits with the $77,000. If they come up with $77,000, does this go away in terms of a cost?
So Mayor Price through to Councillor Skansky, they are actively fundraising. And so again, similar to the last time we had the question is council approves the total project expenditure. And then the source of funds would be whatever we can get from the Legion. And then the remainder would be funded by the city. So, you know, we have to wait for the checks to come in before we know that number. And it's just in flux at this point, but we do have to have council approve the total expenditure.
Councillor Ray.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, I think this is in the big scope of things, this is a small project, but a very important project. I really appreciate all the work that the Legion has put into it and working in partnership with the city. And I think it's important to, you know, emphasize the cenotaph, of course, is a very symbolic part of our community, very important. And so we want to protect it so it's clearer that it's not to be climbed on or sat on. And I think that'll help with multiple users in the park to be able to have other events but still respect the cenotaph. And the Legion did share that it's actually a rarity to have a cenotaph without lighting 24 hours a day. So that's why they have included the request around lighting in that. And again, that's a show of respect. One question I had, and I don't think it would be a huge volume, folks have definitely been donating to the Legion to support this project, which is great. There might be folks who would be interested in making a donation, but would appreciate getting a charitable tax receipt. So I'm wondering, and you don't need to answer now, but I'm wondering if we'd have capacity in the city to accept some donations and write some tax receipts as part of this project. But you can certainly take that away and discuss that. It's an operational item.
So Councillor Ray through Mayor Price, that's actually the information we've provided to the Legion, and they are actively soliciting donations, and we will, it just the money has to be dropped off at the city in order for us to issue the check to the donors, but the Legion is aware of that, yes.
So the $10,000 climate action plan. So this is an ongoing budget item and is funded from the LG CAP grant. Supports climate adaptation and mitigation initiatives. This funding will be used to assist staff in completing the corporate action plan and for seed funding for corporate and community projects identified in the community action plan, the corporate action plan. The storage trailer disposals for $66,000. So that's to dispose of some old mobile homes that were put in or installed in public works for storage. And there's some hazardous materials and whatnot we got to deal with and get rid of those things.
Councillor Graham.
Can't Scotty use those for training? Just light them up and watch them go?
The parks asset condition assessments for $72,000. So that's a continuation of the facility asset condition assessments we did last year. So going through all the washrooms and park assets and doing an asset inventory on those. and OH&S administration. So we need to rebuild all our safe work procedures and a lot of our for public works. We just need a one-time or 2 years of just getting these done. They've been a long time not being done, so it's a bit of a risk to the organization.
Councillor Peabody?
Thank you, Mayor. The mobile home or the storage trailer disposal, are we adding that to the bid for cleaning up the Tudor House property to get them done at the same time? Is it worthwhile? Well, the storage trailer disposal, I'm assuming they're just gonna have to be like taken to the dump, the same thing as all the product that's on the Tudor House property. So I just wonder if we should be looking to do both, get the same contractor to do both jobs. No, they're in close vicinity. We're already taking a large amount of material to the dump. Would there be some cost savings to do both jobs at the same time?
That's definitely something we can look at. It's we haven't.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thanks for the. Okay, so out of the sewer fund, so irrigation pump house motor replacements, just some things that were came out of an asset management in plan. The 200 millimeter portable pump trailer replacement. So that's a pump that we currently have. We use it during floods. It's rarely used, but when we need it, we need it. The one we have is we can only estimate it's from the early 70s. So it's just needs time to replace it. Spray irrigation SCADA computer replacement. Spray irrigation C3 and 4 wheel line replacement. Again, came out of the asset management plan. Lagoon aeration blower replacement. So with the current upgrades with the laterals, it was we had the manufacturer. We went back to them, just realizing that we didn't need as much airflow. We went back to the manufacturer and realized that we can run smaller aerators. So we're replacing those. There's also about $30,000 a year or $12,000 a year that would be electricity savings, and as well as the asset is end of life. So it needs to be replaced anyhow. So that's on the list. And there's also we're going after hydro incentives on that as well. So we don't have a number there yet, but this number will be reduced to spray irrigation pond 2 valve replacement. So $100,000 for the planning and reserve out of reserves, and another $250,000 in 2027. So this is 9 meters deep into the ground. So what's happened is we don't know for sure if this valve is functional, and we need to be able to turn off that flow. But the challenge there is that the water leaks in, and we can't go in to actually test the valve. So there's a unknown amount of work to try and get this done. So the first year is the assessment, and we're hoping, after that, then we have some funding there for 2027 to try and deal with it. Lagoon screener skid steer. So that's a new ask, but with all the upgrades down there, we need a lagoon skid steer because of what it's dealing with. We can't use it for other functions around the city. Now, I just wanted to put this, or just bring back this slide from my committee of the whole. So, what we're looking at next 10 years, $62 million in facility assets that are expiring. That includes the the last few years, estimating a 4.56 annual construction cost escalation. So it's a segue into the next slide that, what I was discussing in the committee of the whole is that our choice is to maintain and extend the life of these assets and just strategically plan any replacements or renovations to the buildings, accordingly. So just put it up there as a reminder. So this next new ask is for $700,000 to do complete facility condition assessments. So this is bringing in all the specific professional engineers to evaluate the city buildings, physical conditions, systems, and infrastructure used to guide responsible management and planning. So it's going to ensure safety and compliance. So we'll identify hazard, code violations, structural issues, protect public investments. So it'll support data-driven decisions and prioritize essential and high-impact improvements. Enables long-term planning, so forecast future capital needs. It'll inform our budgets and help avoid emergency repairs. It'll evaluate critical building systems, so assess the condition and performance of HVAC, electrical, plumbing, and life safety systems to ensure reliability and efficiency. Improve transparency, so build public trust through objective professional evaluations. And support sustainability, so identifies energy and environmental upgrades aligned with climate goals.
Certainly, Tony, the 700,000, that's pretty new to a council for sure. We've never thought in those terms in the past and those types of dollars. And, it might seem extreme to some people, but when you go back to that slide and you look at 29, 30, 31, those values, there's going to be a fair amount of risk management happening here, and we're going to need that study, to determine what the priorities are. Without it, we're going backwards. I really believe we'd be going backwards to where we were before we, got caught with the memorial and that. So I really don't think we have a choice, other than to, put the money up and get the assessment done.
It really is a master plan for, how we move forward. So just around facilities. And keeping in mind, we have very high value facilities. So, that's also feeding it, and they're 30 years old. So it just all is coming up at once. The RCMP building. So the RCMP has provided in writing their intention to move forward with the Cranbrook detachment renovation and keep the 10 provincial policing positions in the detachment. The cost share ratio has not yet been determined, while the RCMP's approval is conditional on the Treasury Board approval and has not historically been an issue in other municipalities. I want to bring up some challenges with the project. So we're dealing with escalating construction costs. So due to the ongoing market escalation, the projected cost of the renovation in 2027 is estimated at $15,800,000, up from the original estimate of $10,400,000. This increase reflects inflationary pressure, material costs, and industry-wide construction trends. We could consider reducing project scope to help manage costs and align with available funding. One of the ideas is there's a large addition on the back, but then we're not looking at having capacity for future.
Councillor Teske has a question.
So Treasury Board approval, is it a fixed percentage of what the final cost is for the building?
Councillor Stetsky, through the mayor, no, it's based on the number of municipal staff and municipal officers against others. So it's the others that they would pay for, the percentage.
So at this point, we don't know how much Treasury Board might even consider.
I'm just looking to see if Charlene is sending a note because she usually deals with the, it's under 20%. It's 16 or 18% right now, but it oscillates.
When do we expect a response from the Treasury Board? And the, you know, the reason I'm asking is it's extremely frustrating. You know, they identified a need that we needed upgrades and, you know, we had to meet their standard. This is sort of a flash of deja vu I get from the Green Home, where the Green Home started at $151 million and ends up being $232 million. We're paying 40%, you know, the East Kootenay area there. And it went on for so many years. I mean, got the approval, you know, the board approved it, and then the Interior Health approved it. It got stuck with the ministry. Go through it again. That there was a new cost. Everybody approves it. It gets stuck with the Treasury Board, and then, you know, 5 years later, I mean, this project's gonna. Well, you see what happened to the Green Home? It almost doubled, and you know we should almost try and get some kind of a commitment out. You know, if they delay, they pay. If you're building a house, right, and then you here's the cost. Yeah. It's really frustrating because we're not talking tens of thousands. We're talking millions of dollars here, and this is significant. You know, when you're looking at those types of dollars. Anyways, just comment. Councillor Graham.
Thank you. Regardless of the Treasury Board issue, we still have to go out to AAP on this, correct? Or do we not with the changes that have been changed through legislation?
Councillor Graham, through the mayor, we would run out of room in terms of the allowable non-AAP portion. So yes, we'd be going out to AAP.
Yeah, big challenge around construction cost escalation far outpacing inflation. It's a 2-year delay on the project. We're losing. It's coming out at a loss. So strategic timing. So delay the project until all facility condition assessments are complete. Will provide a clear understanding of overall building conditions, because we don't know what's going to be coming. The approach will help guide funding decisions and ensure alignment with long-term capital planning, and reevaluate cost projections just prior to construction. So we'd be looking at reevaluating this next June, and will help confirm the budget accuracy and reduce financial risks. And operational disruption. So this is looking at the final design. This is a big challenge. The facility is expected to be non-operational for the majority of the construction period. We're literally taking the roof off and having to add structural columns. Some ideas are being thrown around if we maybe build the addition first, we could utilize some of that space as well as the highway space, but operations are working through some ideas of how we can do that. But another challenge of that is actually being able to utilize the cells, because some of the structural members go down into the cell area. So it's very challenging, to say the least, to figure it out operationally and how we're going to achieve that. So we'd need more time there.
Councillor Ray, Councillor Papa.
Thank you, Mayor. So it's been a while since we talked about this. Doesn't have to be today. I would benefit from a refresher on what council has already approved to date. I can't remember it's been a while, what our motion, so I would just benefit from that refresher on where that sits. And, I think it's another example, right? Where as time goes on, things don't get cheaper, they get more expensive. So we know that, and there's reasons why it's taken longer. I totally understand that. And I appreciate that we're now, considering the overall facility assessment. I mean, I think that's very strategic, but I think, yeah, we just know that delays, we know it's going to result in cost increases. And I think, if there are any opportunities to think out of the box, I'm sure the team is working on this. It's probably not realistic for this project, but, I think of other projects throughout the province where so for example, Rossland, I think, built their city hall and put housing on top. And then that housing helps pay for the rest of the building. Are there any again, we don't need to answer that question now, but just if there's any out of the box thinking, or if you build extra space, yeah, are there any rental opportunities that can then help offset the cost of the building? I think we need to think out of the box because it's so expensive to do these big capital projects. And I know, of course, it's uniquely challenging with this building because of the security concerns. Obviously, it's our RCMP building, right? So there's those additional concerns around confidentiality and security. But I just would really encourage the team to, if there's any solutions or strategies that we haven't thought of before, now's the time to give them, if there's anything we can consider.
So you're deferring it to 2027, so maybe an updated presentation at a future meeting?
Yes, Mayor Price.
And just reiterate one thing, when we did look at other new RCMP buildings, and these were dollars from 4 years ago, you were in the neighborhood of 60 to 80 million dollars for a new facility. And like up in Fort St. John, they did one, and Cowichan, so North Cowichan, but we can bring that all back, and all those numbers now have increased 50%. So and also for this project, delaying it was the idea, we were supposed to start winter or January 2026. Delaying it 18 months is it's a $1.34 million by delaying it. But at this point, I really don't think we are operationally we're ready to move forward with the project.
I guess a question to CEO Pritchard. This topic worthy of a committee of the whole meeting? And maybe even take it beyond that, because we've I think there's a number of councillors that have expressed concern even with the current model once we get some, because we're deferred to 2027 anyway, so sometime in 2026, a committee of the whole meeting which would include, the budget and the plan of the building. And let's be honest, we've got some other concerns with the RCMP that we need to sit down and have a good discussion with, including numbers and what we're doing with our bylaw, et cetera, et cetera. So maybe it would fit into a committee of the whole meeting. Norma? Pardon me?
Thank you. What I was wondering, from what I recall from our original discussion, there were some like low-hanging fruit for maintenance that you could do on the building. And I was wondering about if we could move ahead, like repointing bricks, some, easy things to do in the short term that might be able to help things in the long run. If you could comment on that, Director Hetu?
Thank you, Councillor Blissett through the mayor. So I think the like what you see in the building, the bricks and things like that, like that is all in very good condition. Going back to way back to my presentation, the really big issues are around security that the RCMP have brought up, as well as those structural issues on the deflection of the roof. So like that's the piece that's challenging, is having to pull that roof off, and at that point, why you might as well just continue on with the building. So that's a repair we need to make, whether the RCMP are there or not, or dispose of the asset as with the known issues.
Well, thank you.
Just if I could, just, the logistics that Director Hitu was referring to in terms of what to do with the members and the municipal staff while this is going on, I don't think we can underestimate the complexity of that or the potential cost of that. So what Tony has presented is the cost of the build. That's not going to be it, unless some way can be found to keep them in there. And just based on my view of that discussion, that would be very challenging.
All right, so going into back to Public Works and operational fund. So general fund, we don't have a lot of revenue at Public Works. Expenses, so 2025, 9,725,000, 2026, 10,295,000, so a change of 570,000. Where that comes from, so 3% inflationary adjustment and pay grade advancements, and labor allocations from the utility fund. So what that is basically where the labor of Public Works is utilized. It gets reallocated to the funds. So we look at the previous year and adjust accordingly.
Just comment back to or reference back to my comments about the administration charge. There's some of that happening as well, where some exempt staff had been allocated across some of the utility funds or the utility funds, and they've now been 100% pulled back into the general fund, and then it's being made up with administration charges through to those utility funds.
Under major repairs, that is actually reduced, so 174,000. So reduced work in creeks, reduced work in some buildings pending results of the facility condition assessments. So in the major repairs and contract services. So we need to do some catch up on the catch basin cleaning. Line painting costs have gone up, and we've also have bought some additional biannual testing of all the city generators, stand-up generators, that added to that cost. So the water fund, so revenue, so an increase of $445,000. Under expensive, an increase of only just over $20,000.
Thank you, Tony. So just on the revenue increase, the majority of that is frontage tax. So for anticipated borrowing, and we will look at utilities next week, but the frontage tax in water is going from $13 to $15 per taxable meter. And there is also a small 50-cent increase, monthly increase to the user fee in the water fund.
So a breakdown of those costs. So 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 $385,000 reflects an updated process of allocating admin costs, so HR, IT, finance, and corporate services to the utility fund. Equipment charges, so increased equipment maintenance costs. Wages and benefits, so the 3% inflationary adjustment plus pay grade advancements, and less labor allocations to the general fund, which you've seen in the previous slide. And major repairs minus 209,955. So there's extra projects in 2025. Sewer fund, so change in revenue of 178,169.
Thank you, Tony. Sewer revenue, that is user fee increase from $23 to $24 a month, and you will see that on next Wednesday.
And expenses, there's a negative 73,102. And where that comes from is again admin charges, so the allocation of administration costs, wages and benefits, negative 98,785, so 3% inflationary adjustment, less labor allocations to the general fund. Operations, so 27,000 is due to an increase in fertilizer costs. Contract services, an additional $12,000, so water quality monitoring program. So the consultant we use for that those costs have increased, and less GIS software maintenance reduction. Major repairs, so negative less $190,000. So there's extra projects in 2025 compared to 2026. So under the solid waste fund, so revenue, revenue increase of 337,525.
Councillor Ray's got a question.
Sorry to interrupt. So these are probably not really for this year, they're more general questions. When you noted the increase in fertilizer costs, it just made me wonder, as we look to future years and working to raise awareness around composting and looking at different options for our community for composting, if we did have some kind of city composting that the city could use, do you think there's potential to be at least maybe revenue neutral with that? That if we had some costs associated with city composting, but we could then use it, do you think there would be a bit of a cost benefit potentially, or at least revenue neutral for the city? I know compost isn't exactly the same as fertilizer, but.
Thank you, Councillor Ray, through the mayor. Yeah, I think it's something we would have to look into and just do some cost analysis. It'd be definitely an option, but those facilities are capital intensive, and yeah, the RDK would be somewhere we could look to maybe come up with some partnership there or something.
Yeah, and like I say, it's a future thought really. And then just a quick additional item, not necessarily specific to any one utility, but thinking of public works in general. I know in years past, summer students were part of our operation, and I understand now for a few years they have not been. And I just wonder, is there any potential for new strategizing around summer students? Do we understand? It sounded like we weren't getting applications anymore. I just wonder if there's value, and again, probably this would be for a future budget year, into having another look at summer students as an affordable workforce that might be helpful to the city.
Yes, definitely. It's something we'd love to look at again. It was very beneficial to have the students during the summer. As time goes on, there is other challenges. We have to the training and the safety side of things is grown to the point where there's a bit of an investment in training, but I think looking back in my time here, the students did add a lot of value, but the challenge really was there is a very competitive market, and we weren't competitive, so I guess that just all needs to be looked at and try again.
Councillor, if I could, through to Councillor Ray, through the mayor, I believe those fertilizer costs relate to the spray irrigation site, and there is, we do recover a lot of those costs from the ranchers out there, so. Yeah.
Councillor Stetsky?
I just wanted to add support to Councillor Ray's suggestion that we do try and get students back. I think the labor market has changed. There's a high unemployment rate right now amongst younger people. So if we were short of them before, we may not be in the future.
Yeah, just to add to that, it's also timing. So if we were to bring students back, we'll bring a budget item, but if we plan on utilizing the students as our primary labor, and we're not able to hire, it really creates a lot of complaints from the public and around maintenance and whatnot. So it's just something we need to plan for and maybe start slowly. Yeah, so under the expense side, there's a increase of 381,514, and to break that down, again, reallocation of admin costs, equipment charges, additional $14,000, so increase equipment maintenance costs. So, right, mostly going to the reserve, and wages and benefits less 2,911, and regional land fee increases of 227,644, which we don't control. So here's just a pie chart breaking down our operations by percent and where all the funds are going to. So under our work plans, so under the roads function of Public Works, we're reallocating some funds from the road service maintenance to sidewalks. Public Works will focus on outstanding trip hazards entered into City Works and larger replacements as identified from the annual sidewalk inspections. So 2025, we really focused on patching. You probably noticed, and so we're just changing our focus next year a little bit on the sidewalk side of things. Building trades function of Public Works, so continue the preventative maintenance of city facilities and asset as part of our asset management plan, and continue on with our street pole replacements. Parks function, so through continuous maintenance, upkeep the parks, green spaces, and cemetery grounds, manage sports fields, field readiness, annual decorative displays, pest and weed control, snow removal, cemetery operations, supporting events held in parks. And we're moving on with that parks asset condition assessment and inventory update. Water utility, so continued water system operational tasks such as unidirectional flushing, fire hydrant maintenance and tear downs, pressure reducing station maintenance, valve exercising, and water infrastructure repairs. Public Works will also be reviewing the outdoor water regulation bylaw, and will bring the bylaw update to council at a later date. Water asset condition assessment and inventory. We're actually taking a different approach to this. We're utilizing one of our retired foremen to come in and do the condition assessments. He knows literally every piece of underground infrastructure, and he's going to update all our data and assess it based on what he knows. So I think we'll attain a much more accurate version and use his experience. So sort of excited for that one. And continued leak detection. I'd like to bring a few slides back in an admin update on this, but sort of something the crew took on. We did bring a contractor in for a portion of it, but we used city staff, took the initiative and utilized city equipment and found a number of leaks underground and proactively repaired them. So I'll bring that was another exciting project that went ahead. So it was good. So we'll continue with that. Sewer utilities function of public works. So continue sewer system operational tasks such as sanitary main flushing, lift stations, O&M, lagoon maintenance, treatment, O&M, and sewer infrastructure repairs. And solid waste function, so continue status quo of bi-weekly recycling and weekly garbage curbside collection, as well as issue RFP to renew the third-party recycling contract.
Question for Charlotte, I guess. So Charlotte, have we leveled out our desludging funding? Because we were behind significantly for a lot of years. How are we doing on that to get it leveled out so that that we're prepared every year and we're fully funded going into the upcoming years?
Thank you, Mayor Price, for that question. We're in pretty good shape. We're putting away, I think it's $650,000 a year right now. My calculations based on my discussions with Curtis Mummery after they completed the desludging of cells 2 and 3, there were some, is that we should be putting aside an extra $75,000 starting in 2026 per year in order to be ready in 2030 to desludge cell 1. Given the other pressures on the utilities this year, we are recommending to hold that. Also based on my calculations, interest earned should make up for that by 2030. So we might come back and take another look at it next year and see if there's an opportunity to increase that. The risk is that, you know, to increase to 75,000 is just not a one-time. It's $75,000 going forward. Yeah. So the longer we delay that, the further behind we get. A one-year delay is not does not adversely affect the reserve. I do think that there's going to be some. Tony, are you still bringing something forward?
Yeah, so just to speak on the sludge, so staff, I should have added this to the work plan, but we're working through some testing on some enzymes that, you know, could really help reduce, or from speaking with other municipalities, is almost eliminated sludge. So really we don't want to go all in. We really want to do our homework and come back to council with what we find, because all these, from what I understand, not being an operator of the system, is every system works a little different, and you know there's different inputs, different types of materials going in. So you know we just really want to do our homework, and hopefully we can bring something back to council to that we can try to start manage this sludge a different way.
Good. Thanks very much, guys. Appreciate that.
Thank you for that, Tony. Just to finish up from how I see this is, the other question is, you know, how long will we need to, because the idea would be whatever it costs to fund those enzymes would come from the desludging reserve. So is 1 year going to be enough of a trial period, or is it going to be over a number of years? How much is year one the big spend, and then smaller? If, I don't know, let's say you're doing a 2 or 3 year pilot. So I think Tony, it's very new, but I did say to Tony that if he was going to proceed, I would help him, with the budget side of it, and we would recommend that it come from the desludging reserve. Just don't really have a clear idea yet on, exactly how much and for how long.
Thank you. Questions?
Council, any questions? No?
Okay, so we can wrap up with Tony's projects, and then I think we will have something to eat. Are you okay with that, John? Okay, so let's just finish, let's do Tony's projects, and then we can have a stretch and have something to eat. So I did hear discussions of one project that council might want to defer, and that is the traffic light replacement at Baker. Are there any other projects that council wanted to discuss, possibly defer, possibly deny? Perhaps council would like to eat first.
Not hearing
No.
anything, Carol.
Okay, let's do it.
Yeah, do the motions.
Okay, so I'm only seeing one to defer. So the resolution would then be that council defer the 10th Avenue and Baker Street traffic light replacement from the Public Works Department.
Councillor Graham, Councillor Popoff, discussion. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so so we're moving right to approve. So I'm just going to read, hopefully short. So facility condition assessment, that's the $700,000. And the bylaw office renovation, those are both new projects for $20,000. Then cemetery upgrade, washroom auto locks. I'm just going to stop. Is everybody on the same page? Okay. Kinsman Boys and Girls Club roof replacement, library building ramp replacement, light duty truck replacement B61, light duty truck replacement B88, 2 zero-turn mowers, multi-use sander, plow and dump truck, skid steer replacement, oh my goodness, R5, loader mounted sweeper, radar speed signs, parks bleachers replacement, 6 sets, irrigation upgrades, Rotary Park cenotaph, fencing and in-ground lighting, playground replacement, climate action plan, public works storage trailer disposal, park asset condition assessments, OHS administration, irrigation pump house motor replacement, 200 millimeter portable pump trailer, spray irrigation SCADA computer replacement, spray irrigation C4 and C5 wheel line, lagoons aeration blower replacements, spray irrigation pond 2 valve replacement, lagoons screener skidster. Just a quick note on, so these are all only the 2026 projects. We will, okay, good. Okay.
Pardon me, mover? Councillor Teske, Councillor Peabody, discussion. Councillor Peabody.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess the only question I have is with the lighting and the fencing for the cenotaph. If the Legion is currently fundraising for that, do they have a fundraising goal in mind, or a date when they're going to stop fundraising? I'm just curious if this should be deferred to next year, so we can have a date for them to fundraise or an amount for them to fundraise.
CEO Fisher, you got a comment?
Yeah, so Mayor Price through to Councillor Peabody, we've been working with the Legion for the past, almost a year on this. And so the concept was they will, probably right through till construction, and we're paying the bills, they're gonna be fundraising. So they do have some money raised, and they're hoping to raise more. And so really council approves the total project budget. how much comes from taxes and how much comes from the amount of money that they raise is really all that won't really be set until we pay the bills at the end. And even so, we can also collect after the fact too. Like this council does have to approve the total project budget in order for us to do the construction work and have it in our plans for the spring.
All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Price. Now Trevor Torres is going to come and talk to us about the Rec and Culture Department.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. As soon as we get our report up on the screen, give you a run through. But to start off, while we're getting it up there, Recreation and Culture's mission statement hasn't changed in a little while. That is one of our work plans to focus more towards our programming now that Director Haytu and Public Works is looking after our facilities. But currently it sits at the Recreation and Culture Department strives to bring a sense of community to the citizens of Cranbrook through access to recreation facilities, events, and programs. And with our operational budgets, we are showing our 2025 and 2026 comparatives. You'll see an increase in revenue from 25 to 26 budgeted for $119,100. And our expenses go from $5.337 million to $5.642 million, of a change $304,000. We'll get to those highlight differences as we move throughout the presentation. Recreation and Culture operates on two separate budgets, so a actual Rec and Culture budget and a Western Financial Place budget. So it is sometimes difficult to see the entire picture, but thanks to the finance department, they've put together a pie chart for us with some highlight revenue streams and expense streams on the next slide. But there we see, so our main revenue stream for that 1.461 million budgeted for 26, parks, be it the field rentals, rec programs, Memorial and Kinsman Arena, WFP Common Area, which is our tenants and our advertisement contracts, etc. Western Financial Place Aquatic Center, Western Financial Place Arena, special events, and our new facility improvement fee. And moving on to expenses, you'll see administration, recreation programs, Memorial and Kinsman, Western Financial Place Common Area, Western Financial Place Aquatics, Western Financial Place Arena, the Curling Club, and special events for a total of $5.642 million. So those significant changes, as popped up on our first slide there, the revenue, significant changes, ice rentals, plus $100,000. So with our new fees and charges schedule, and generally ice rentals becoming more and more prevalent, we're seeing a lot more groups, a lot more users booking more ice more times. Met with one of the adult leagues in town, and they are continually growing. They're 10 teams, now they're 12 teams, predicting to be 16 teams. So it's becoming that we're back at it. Everybody's playing sports again, so it's good. Playground program, $10,000. The arena advertisement is going down. We're struggling with our current Pepsi contract in meeting our minimum threshold of product delivery. So we don't sell as much pop anymore, which I don't think is a bad thing, but it also affects our revenue. So we're going to look at that contract when it comes up for renewal. And then the aquatic center, just a little bit more revenue based on our updated fees and charges. And those expenses that have increased, wages and benefits, as you've seen already today, have increased just based on inflation, grid progression, reallocation, contract services. Everybody else in the industry, I guess you could say, is their fees and charges are going up as well. So in turn, we're paying more for our contract services, and utilities with just the regular CPI increases have gone up that much. Moving on to our work plan. So with the changes in the corporation, with facilities moving into public works, this is giving Rec and Culture a lot more time, effort, and energy to move towards programming itself and creating a better community for our residents. So one of our big work plans is to continue to grow our asset management plan with Public Works and determine what changes that means for the staff that are in the Rec and Culture department, and how are they going to assist and work with Public Works in ensuring that the recreation facilities are still, growing and we have care and concern for them. The other portion is moving towards the future and providing the residents with better programming opportunities, and the current programming that we do, polishing it so it's more of a professional look. So recently we reallocated some wages from the Aquatic Center into a programming position, so a dedicated programming person. They've been with the corporation for a month now, and it's amazing the output that we're getting and the community buy-in that we're getting as well. So look forward to some great things. One of the other items in speaking with Chief Driver, he mentioned high angle rescue training. So in the event industry, that's a standard practice for our health and safety plans for rigging in our arena, and it's been absent in Cranbrook. We've made pseudo plans to deal with this with the absence of that program, but it's very welcome for all of our contractors that will be in that facility as well. And moving on to some capital projects, I've got Director Haytu here with me to help walk us through these.
Yeah, so with Public Works taking over the assets this year, I'll be speaking to them. So Memorial and Kingsman Arena. So yeah, we are going to continue on and do the Memorial Arena lights just with staff capacity. So it'll be high value project to the city. Kingsman Arena exhaust fan is just the one there needs to be replaced or rebuilt. So I work on that. Kingsman Arena concrete floor repair. So that's where the Zamboni is. So it's actually eaten through the floor and there's a hole there. So we're gonna work on replacing that. At Western Financial Place, so we have the Western Financial Place condenser replacement. This is an additional cost of 170,000. There was the original. That's on top of. Sorry, I don't have that on top of 200,000. But We've already went out to suppliers, and that value. I just received it hot off the press is actually around 500,000. So I'll be having to come back to council. So just costs have gone up through tariffs or whatever, or through construction inflation. Western Financial sanitary storm pump replacement. Just $18,000. Aquatic pump room hoist system. That's a bit of a safety issue, so we want to go ahead with that. Pool pump replacement. So that's work we're doing with the city staff. Just so it's good value and it needs to get done. Pool butterfly valve replacements. 37,000. So yeah, they're just the way they're designed and how old they are, they need to get replaced. And Western Financial Place plant room pumps. Again, that's another project we're working on with city staff, and so it's they're due to replace, and it's good value. And the Western Financial Boiler 2 replacement. So this is We replaced boiler 1 with smaller boilers, but 2 wasn't replaced. Again, this is based on the previous cost with a little bit of inflation. We still need to assess it with and get some more current costs, and so I'm expecting that to come back. And like I said, this is just a lot of this is just brought into public works, so we're working through the planning, and it's not as the numbers aren't as accurate as they should be at this point in time.
Councilor Ray?
Thank you, Mayor. So the first item, the refrigeration condenser replacement, is that the ice plant for lay people? Is it part of making ice?
Thank you, Councilor Ray. It's one component of it.
Okay.
So,
And this is what we've just discovered is going to be more like $500,000? Is that what you said?
correct.
Very good.
And part of it too is we got, first, there's more to it that we were going to go through and assess all the connecting pieces, and hopefully potentially defer the project into what we call the small renovation of and maybe replace a number of assets.
Right.
So, we increase the number so that it's there, but we still have some. We still need to figure out the project. We don't know. Okay. We don't have a clear scope yet, and what it might entail.
Thank you. So I vaguely recall a discussion from quite some time ago. Did we talk about moving to some different, like more modern technology in the ice making that we do, or safer or something? Was that a conversation we had quite some time ago? For the Western Financial Place, was there discussion about a change to the ice plant or no?
Mayor Price to Councilor Ray, I do recall a discussion around that, and there is alternatives to ammonia.
Yeah.
But it would involve replacing the entire plant.
Okay.
But it is definitely something that the staff will look into. But replacing the condenser tower will be considerably cheaper than converting to a different form of gas refrigerant.
Thank you. And one final question, and I think this has come up before as well, but I'll just ask it again. At any point in the future, do you think there's ever potential to share an ice plant between the curling rink and Western Financial Place?
So I guess as part of these assessments, and that's why I'm saying that the number could change, is for us to look at all those things, is to look at everything from the efficiency, just total life cycle costs. And I know the curling club's plant was replaced not too long ago. So yes, I'll bring it up in the conversation with the consultants, but I think that the major cost is being able to bring the lines all the way over. But
I got Councilor Stetsky, then Councilor Graham.
Yeah, thank you. Boiler number 2, is that the one that has to come out through the roof? Something needed to come out, I think, through the roof at some point.
Thank you, Councilor Stetsky, through the mayor. No, that doesn't need to come through the roof. What I was speaking about at the committee of the whole was there's ammonia tanks, and that's all part of the system, and part of really assessing the system of what should be replaced is, yeah, we're replacing the condenser, but what about everything else? So, when we talked about the tanks, that's something if it does need to be replaced, we're just looking at it. The only way we can see removing it is through the roof.
Councillor Graham?
Yeah, thank you. Just a couple of questions. One, I guess, would be a refresher on what all is under contract services for 400,000? Talking about security and cleaning, or like what all is in that? Just high level.
Mayor Price, through to Councillor Graham. Yeah, so we do have our security services, we do have our cleaning services, we have our snow removal services at Western Financial Place. There's also the company that looks after does the maintenance on our refrigeration plant is in there. They're all fairly large contracts. A couple of the smaller ones would be our toilet paper supplier and our entry mat, doorway mats, those things, but.
All right, and then just wondering, this might be more for Charlotte, but like, when does the threshold change? Like under operating budgets, like you have major repairs, parts, supplies. Like when does that threshold change to a capital versus in an operational?
Councillor Graham, through the mayor, it's based on our TCA, Tangible Capital Asset Policy, and major repairs are lumped together. Major repair, special projects, and capital projects are lumped together and presented as projects, but major repairs are considered an operating item, and it depends on the TCA policy thresholds.
And then I guess my one thing, and it's always a bit jarring looking at this as, you know, total cost of recreation is 5.6 million, rough numbers, with a 26% cost recovery. Like it is wild to see, like our cost recovery is not getting better. I almost feel like it's getting worse than when we started. And it's just something that we need to be aware of, because that's not even counting the money that we're investing in the capital end of it. That's just, you know, we're the 75% loss, 74% loss of what we do. So, you know, there's definitely, I think, some conversations that'll need to happen sooner or later, because it's not sustainable. It's about as bad as the transit system.
So through, coming from that committee of the whole meeting, we decided some of the projects should be deferred. So we made a decision to defer the aquatic tile room, change rooms, pool, and decks for $360,000. Something like that just makes sense to be in a larger renovation. Curling arena roof. We have had it looked at. It's Trevor spoke to this before, but it is pushed off a few years. But we are doing some further assessments and just trying to get a clear timeline of when we have to replace that roof. So and what the true value will be. So we're working through that process, but it's in there for 2027, but that's likely to change. Kingsman Arena metal cladding, again, that's just the siding. So we just put that out there until further decisions. And Western Financial Place elevator upgrades, another item we felt we could push out a year. And the big project of the IFIS walls, which I think it's just a large number of $5 million, and with everything else on that's coming up, we just need to have a clearer picture of the big picture before we decide to move forward with something like that. And that's it for me.
Thank you. So again, Charlotte, you want to bring up the one? Thank you.
That will be through the magic of IT for it to show up there, and you all should have copies of the recreation and culture list, starting with the Memorial Arena lights replacement. So that is the list of projects we're considering. I have not heard any suggestions of deferring or possibly denying any of the projects.
Council? No.
Councillor Blissett has left, right? Yeah. Okay, so the resolution then would be that council give budget pre-approval for the Memorial Arena lights replacements, the Kinsman Arena exhaust fan, the Kinsman Arena repair concrete floor and ice resurfacer bay project, Western Financial Place refrigeration condenser replacement, Western Financial Place sanitary storm pump replacement, aquatic room hoist system, pool pump replacements, pool butterfly valve replacements, Western Financial Place plant room pumps, and Western Financial Place boiler number 2 replacement.
Mover, please. Councilor Papa. Councilor Stetsky. Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thanks, guys.
Okay, so we will move on to human resources. And this will be Lindsay coming up to present for council.
Welcome, Lindsay.
Good evening, Mayor and councillors. Thank you for having me today, and nice to meet those of you that I have not passed in the hallways yet.
I think we're just looking for you. We're just working on it, yeah.
Just need the presentation pulled up.
That's pretty late. That. Sure.
Okay. So I do have a very brief presentation, and hopefully if there are any questions, I'll do my best to answer. As you know, I'm fairly new here, so I'll do my best to speak to everything that's happened. Mission statement: to provide the city with human resources services aligned with the city's strategic plan and best practices. Looking at our comparatives, expenses, so 2025 we had 597,000. In 2026, anticipating 703,000 with a change of roughly 105,000. If we break this down, looking at wages and benefits, so we have it showing an increase of $102,850. This is due to the 3% inflationary adjustments and pay grade advancements, so the steps for staff. And as well, we've had a redistribution of the occupational health and safety advisor wages. Used to be 33% to human resources, and now we have 70% of that, which is accounted for that increase. So a summary of our work plan for 2026, we are looking to improve recruitment and onboarding processes. So that includes requests for new FTEs, new positions, creation of new job descriptions, and formalize some procedures in place to make that process easier for everyone. Also looking to develop and deliver some employee development programs, which I go into some more detail on the next slide. And improving our experience rating through introducing new occupational health and safety policies and procedures. This will also lead to hopefully further reductions in premium costs as well. Also looking to review and improve city policies and procedures while I'm here, and develop and implement some new HR procedures to ensure efficient operations. So to look in a little bit more detail, some of the training goals that we have in the department, we'd like to really implement the learning management module in UKG. I'm still learning that system, and so hopefully when we roll it out, it should be smooth. And then I'm also looking to develop some employee learning courses delivered by myself, centering around accountability, communication improvements, performance management, and some health and safety topics as well. Also looking to implement some new supervisor, new manager, director training and orientation just to make that process seamless and to hopefully improve relationships between union and management as well. I do have an ask, given that I was not here for the October 15th meeting. I would like to propose my request for $30,000 to be funded from a surplus, if available, for a corporate training budget. This is to assist in leadership development training, things such as collective bargaining training for the bargaining team, looking at new manager training, whether it's managing employees in a unionized environment, or, as I mentioned before, improving communication skills, things like that. So that's what I'm hoping to use that budget for.
So just to provide a little more information on Lindsay's ask. So as Lindsay has said, this would be funded from surplus if there is any. So there won't be a vote on it tonight. It is something we will bring back later on in the budget process. But Lindsay and I worked through a way for you to be made aware that this ask does exist, and we'll look for ways to bring it back with a funding option later on in the process.
Thank you, Charlotte.
Yeah, a question, I guess. In past years, we've had a significant budget for training. Is that gone?
Mayor Price, through to council, yes, that budget allotment was always funded from surplus if it was available. So just to go over it sort of to summarize where that was at, it was $175,000 a year that was asked, funded from surplus. And then at some point we refined that ask to be up to $175,000. So if only 75 was spent in a given year, the ask would then be for 100 to top it back up to 175. We don't have that kind of surplus happening at this point. So, and with Lindsay just kind of getting on board, Lindsay needs an opportunity to, develop a program that would, first of all, support the $30,000 ask. So, a humbler ask and something a little maybe easier to bite off. But the 175 is gone, yes.
So I guess to the questions, Lindsay, then you're fine. This meets your timelines. Obviously, just starting, you need to, review, assess, and whatnot. So that works for you.
Yeah, at the moment it does.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Tetsky.
I think it might be more a question for our CAO, but just wondering where things are at on the city with annual performance reviews.
Mayor Price, through to Councillor Stetsky. So that's rolling out now. I'm working with HR on those reviews, like in terms of the wording and so we do two, like we do interviews, we do surveys across. So we're just working on all of that to have it out in the next month or so here, probably within the next month, I would say. And that includes my own too.
We're good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lindsay.
Next up will be corporate services.
Good evening, everyone. So I'm going to cover a couple of things tonight. First, touching on mayor and council and corporate services as well. So just a look at the proposed budget for mayor and council for 26. Not a lot of change really over 2025, but there is an increase there of about $97,000, which is going to cover the municipal election next fall. And about About $28,000 of that will be going towards the council orientation training that will follow. And then, yeah, if you could jump over to the corporate services now, please. Yeah, corporate services now. Yeah.
While we're waiting, Councillor Ray has a question.
Thank you, Mayor. So I know for our last orientation, I believe council chambers were not available because I think the renovation was just wrapping up in the fall of 2022. So I know people are running away, but that's okay. I'll just keep talking. So anyways, I'm just wondering for the orientation in 2026, is it an option to consider council chambers as location? I know it involves extra work in terms of food and beverage, but it's just nice because we don't need to pay anything. for the
Gilbert's
location.
been working on that.
Yeah, so Councillor Ray, just so council's aware, we're well into planning. We've already secured all the folks that we need for speakers and whatnot, and it will be taking place in this room. And that was a cost saving item. The reason we didn't do it last time is, we just didn't have a facility. So yeah, but this year or in 2026, it will be taking place here.
We're just going to shift over to IT.
IT has the power.
Yes. Do you want to bring up my presentation there, Chisanga? Okay.
Where did it go sideways when IT's turn?
All right. Well, here we go. Good evening, Mayor and Council. So with the introduction of IT, IT is a division of corporate services and shares the same mission statement of proactively enhancing partnerships, programs, and systems for the corporation and the community. We are dedicated to supporting and maintaining the city's technological infrastructure. Unfortunately, we do not generate any revenue. So for 2026, we have an overall budget increase of about just slightly over $36,000. This includes all our annual operating expenses, such as software licensing, hardware, leases, cyber insurance, and staff wages. A larger portion of the budget increase is attributed to a change in the licensing models by our software partners and vendors. The increase gives us very little in return, but ensures we maintain our current subscription and security tools. Our work plan for 2026 is focused on helping the organization fully leverage the capabilities and potential of existing software systems that we currently own and subscribe to. With a dedicated application specialist position now, we plan to build internal capacity
that will help advance our systems, including the adoption of artificial intelligence tools. We also want to enhance our communication by incorporating city branding. I've got an example in my slide there where there's a snippet from an email that I sent from my city email account to a personal email account. So with incorporating the branding in the messaging, you get a little blue check mark at the very top there. I think this is the industry standard now of spotting a verified account. So we want to make sure that every city communication that goes out incorporates that branding, that fosters a trust with the people and businesses that we communicate with. So that's one of the things that we've been working on. And if I may add to that, we've been going through this process for the last few months and just interacting with the people that are responsible for providing that. It's quite an onerous system. And that leads me to believe that the city of Cranbrook is one of the first municipalities to do this. And we've tried to look at the bigger municipalities. None of those are doing what we're trying to do here. So I think credit goes to my team here for the efforts that they've put into that. So two of our main projects for next year will be replacing the current fragmented public address system over at Western Financial Place. So this is a project that was initiated by the director at Western Financial Place, Trevor Thos. So IT will be leading that project. We'll be working with their reputable consultants and contractors to do that. When the project is completed, we'll be able to integrate the alarm system with the PA system for emergency alerts and quicker responses. Another one is the support extension to the library. This will offer the library more of a proactive approach to help combat the growing cyber threats. The library will also benefit from the enterprise service agreements that we have with our various vendors, and that will mitigate some of the costs for software and stuff like that. For the for a list of the projects, I don't know if you can advance to the next slide there. Thank you. We've got a replacement of our hyper-converged equipment. This project has been bundled with another one from last year. So this will offer us an opportunity to replace the system, improves our storage, and it's a general hardware life cycle. Then we've got the replacement of or purchase of new iPads for council after next year's elections. And there is a request there for the PA system at Western Financial Place. I welcome any questions.
Councillor Stuckey, Councillor Graham.
Thank you. I'll be the one to ask. What is a hyper-converged equipment?
These are the technical terms that are very difficult to explain, but I can put it in simple. I can try and put it in simple words. So a hyper-converged system is a system that combines your hardware computing, because normally when you have a single computer, you have a single point of failure. A hyper-converged system offers you can lay up three computers. So if there's one hardware failure, there's continuity with the other two, and it incorporates networking and storage in one big box. So you're literally combining 3, 4, 5, 6 computers into one. So if there's a failure, it offers you redundancy there. So the replacement there, $35,000 doesn't cover the whole replacement. It adds to or subtracts the failing hardware. So it just offers you that continuity where you don't have to spend huge amounts of money to replace the whole system, but you can layer up that approach to hardware maintenance.
I feel much better now, thank you.
Love it. Councillor Graham.
There is no other way to
Yeah, I think it's nice to see where we're at with IT, because I think we all remember the days when Tim would be here crying to try and get some switches. So it's nice that we're well beyond needing switches and actually, ahead of the curve a bit.
Yeah, just to reconfirm what Councillor Graham said, I think we're in a place certainly where we're confident and comfortable that we have the adequate systems and that everything's secure. And that's due to, in large part, you and your team. So thank you very much.
Thank you. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, time to take a look at Leon's projects for a resolution. So I don't see anything to defer or deny from council, I mean. So the resolution would be that council give budget pre-approval for the following capital projects from the Information Technology Division. Replace hyper-converged equipment software, iPads for new council, and Western Financial Place Arena Public Address System.
Mover, please. Councillor Ray, Councillor Graham, discussion. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. Thank you, Leon.
Thank you.
Now we're going to try corporate services.
All right, so take two. So talking, yes, about corporate services, our mission statement continues. We're a professional, proactive team dedicated to enhancing partnerships, programs, and systems for the community and for the corporation. Yeah, a little bit of a change in the expenses, up about $123,000 over 25. Of that, wages and benefits, again, 3% inflationary adjustments and some pay grade advancements, as well as a reallocation from Public Works for a full-time position for 6 months to continue to support the records management project that is ongoing. And as well, is an additional $34,000 in legal and professional. 14,000 of that is earmarked for some legal fees for some items potentially coming up in 26. And the remainder, 20,000, is earmarked for another citizen budget survey. Up until this point, we've been kind of pulling money from a bunch of different GLs, but this is going to be a specific fund going forward to continue this. Looking at the work plan for 26, we'll touch on communications briefly. Of course, the communication strategy is an annual thing. Aiming to have that to you hopefully for the first meeting in January of 26. Exploring an alternative non-traditional advertising options. That is a bit of a carry forward from 25 from this year. Some preliminary work has been done, but we'd like to dig into that a little further. Just looking at some things outside of the box, you know, the traditional radio, newspaper, you know, that type of thing. Things outside of the box to maybe reach audiences we're not getting to yet. The big one as well, website structure and some functionality planning. It's no secret that our website is a bit of a beast and needs some work. And what we're really looking to do is improve on the user experience by looking at what we've got now, how we can reorganize things, remove some things, And a significant focus will be looking at using AI or virtual assistants to help the public to be able to find what they're looking for easily. So we're aiming to have a plan in place, hopefully by the middle of this year, or of 26 rather, and then look for an implementation possibly in 27. And then, of course, supporting the municipal election, the public information as it comes out next year. And then just touching on corporate services otherwise, yes, of course, the municipal election in October is going to be a big one, and the follow-up orientation session for council later in 26. Now, on the next few items, I'm going to turn them over to Tina to talk about the childcare project and records management, and then Marnie is going to speak briefly on the city lands.
So this one is for the design and construction of the brand new childcare facility that will provide the community with 123 new spaces. This $6.7 million is it's allocated from the province in 3 installments. So this is just next year's installment that we'll be receiving. For records management, I'm looking for just to extend our person that is doing the records management scanning and doing that work for an additional 6 months. So this graphic highlights some of the more complex or high volume activities that were accomplished over the last few years, noting that many more of the tasks were performed outside of these numbers. So that first box there, that was basically Jill. That's what she's been doing. That's the one that you've been supporting. So these items included here all come with their unique challenges, but she's persevered and got them done. So our team has had to go through all of those, and it's been kind of fun, actually. So all of the bylaws, that were scanned, all of the council meetings and council committee meeting minutes are scanned and uploaded. That paper records review, that was a huge project. It was way bigger than what we were expecting it to be. And the bottom row is just kind of more high level stats on the program as a whole. The backfile scan encompassed the 2 outsourced scanning activities that we did. A point to note here is where you see file, where it says like planning files, building files. That means it was a complete file folder that was scanned as one PDF. So it could be anywhere between 5 documents up to 1,000 documents in each one of those scans. 21 training sessions, and then just as of Monday, we have 59,020 documents in the system and 23,002 complete files in the system. This project has accomplished improved compliance with the LGMA standards, enhanced quick and accurate access to information, and is supporting the good governance by ensuring records are well organized, accessible, and auditable. To maintain the momentum over the next 6 months, the plan is to capture selected records that will provide high value to having them digitized. So some of those examples are the planning documents, some land titles documents, such as easements, explanatory plans, right-of-way notices, gas line drawings, some more service connections, and then some selected capital works and public works project folders that would be really beneficial to have that historical and information. Oh.
Councillor Tetsky has a question.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So just a quick question. That file hold at the bottom right-hand corner, is that digital or are those physical when you talk about drawers, cabinets, et cetera?
That's our electronic record management system.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next up is the 2026 city lands analysis. So what this is a project of to compare similar communities to identify best practices for municipal land acquisition and disposition. This will include a review of all the current city's leases and license of occupation, and we're looking for recommendations to help us set lease and license rates for different types of folks that we get requests from, so not-for-profits, for commercial entities. This will be a similar to the Rec and Culture study, the cemetery review, downtown parking study, downtown revitalization study, those types of things. It will also include a review of our current municipal lands acquisition and disposition policy for any recommended best practices, and to assure it will address some of the historical problems that we see with some of our very old licenses moving forward, primarily from the social agencies and how we're going to deal with those types of things. We'll cover all the ones that we can find between 25 and 30 different agreements that we have right now. It will not include the airport because that was already done in December of 2024, and those rates have been brought up online. And they've also got increases to allow for market rates in those.
Good morning, Mayor and Council, or good morning, good evening. Yeah, good morning. I don't know what this slide is. I mean, I know what it is, but it wasn't part of my presentation. So I'm from the look of it, it looks like what the ask was for to continue the role of the social development coordinator as we are coming up to the end of the third year. So that's some perhaps
Just because we did surprise you, sorry. I took that photo of you at the regional district when you were presenting to the board, asking for the regional district's contribution to the program.
Yes, I do remember that day. And then the next slide. Are you wanting to talk to those numbers at all, CAO Virtual, or?
Carry on.
Okay. So it's looking like those are the asks from the reserve to continue the role, what will be coming from RDEK, and also what was coming from our Health Canada grant to help support the role over the next few years. And then next slide. During this presentation to RDEK to ask, could we move forward one slide? So today I'm just kind of highlighting what the role has accomplished over the last 3 years and where we see it going into the next. Yeah, it is the right slide. And the reason I'm using this slide is because I put it in the presentation to the RDK to explain what it felt like the first month of coming into this role. And it felt like stepping into the wild, wild west. The challenges were not familiar. The terrain was unknown. It was chaos and a bit of, well, for me, and what I felt, it was chaos and kind of ducking and weaving, trying to make it through. And the only thing that got us through those first little while was grit and perseverance from not only having mayor and council behind us, but having our social network trust that the municipality had their back. And the thing that really grounded this role was recognizing that the role had the responsibility of filling some key mandates for the municipality and the region that had come from previous work done before the role was even considered. And those were to build bridges between our nonprofits, our region, and higher levels of government. It was to understand the social dynamics going on in Cranbrook in our area, align our social network, and create action in the community. It was to leverage provincial and federal funding opportunities, to implement communication strategy, and to develop some pathways out of poverty. Next slide. Oh, was there a next slide? There's nothing on that one. In working together or working with the social network in Cranbrook to understand and align moving forward, you can't do one without the other. So in that, we started building bridges and developing relationships. And it was those developing relationships that really let us shift the perception of the municipal commitment to the social issues. A lot of our agencies at that time were feeling overwhelmed coming right out of COVID. Before that was the opioid crisis that is still ongoing. They were kind of exhausted. And for this role, I think was very important in key in shifting that perception that the municipality did care about the social issues, understood that they were larger than any of the service providers that could tackle on their own. And I think that's made a big difference in the community. Another commitment from this mayor and council was that commitment to rebuilding that relationship with BC Housing, which is absolutely key in moving any of our initiatives forward. And though it's not always easy with BC Housing, and we've had to have some very hard conversations over the last 2 weeks, we've created enough trust with BC Housing that we can have those really hard conversations. We can disagree and they will come back to the table and we can smile and say, okay, what are we doing today? So that's part of the monthly or the quarterly meetings that we have with BC Housing, where they know that we appreciate what they're doing, and yet they still know we are asking for more. We have heard from our different sectors throughout the community that we have reduced the strain on emergency services, not only through our fire and emergency services, but it reports from Interior Health and other parties that have talked to us. So we know that the work that we're doing is helping us fill that key mandate of reducing the strain. We are optimizing our social funding within the community. We don't hear very many projects happening in our community right now in the social field that aren't collaborative projects. People are not working in silos anymore. So if money is coming into the community, it's being shared between all of our agencies to meet the needs of the people. And in all of that, we have stabilized our unhousing population numbers. And when I say stabilized, I don't mean there hasn't been any change in the numbers. It means we know why they're changing and we're responding to them quickly, and that they aren't growing at the pace they were a few years ago. This role has, through the city, has been the lead applicant on several grant opportunities that have brought in just under $1.5 million over the last 3 years. That money has come from provincial and federal funding, and it is that money that has been able to allow not only municipality to respond, but our service providers to respond at an increased value to the community. Next one. But one of the mandates was implementing communication strategy. One of the worst things when a community is in chaos is the rumors and the misinformation and just the fear that people feel when they don't have access to conversation and or the communication. We've dedicated a page on our city website that talks about the social issues and the responses that are happening. We've held community town halls, sector meetings, excuse me, local and regional, been invited to present locally and regionally. And we've really created a communication loop right at City Hall where when people call, even if they're yelling, they get somebody to talk to on the phone who will hear them out and at least talk to them or direct them to where maybe else they need to go. And I know that's been significant in the community. And we participate in the media outreach and do regular updates to council and RDK, which again is part of that communication loop, bringing information from the community to mayor and council and also taking it back out to the community. And pathways out of poverty. And this is one, to me, is one of the strongest things that have occurred in our community and has had some significant benefits. And it's all about reducing barriers to success. For all of the fireproofing we can do to kind of contain the crisis and helping people, if we don't have pathways out of poverty or pathways out of homelessness, we just keep circling that drain. So in reducing those barriers for their barriers on a daily basis, include things like increasing the availability of our after hours and weekend services. And most of these are directly coming from the Mayor's Task Force, the recommendations that they made at that time. Expanding community outreach, again, those are the things that take off the strain for our emergency services. And an important part of this is connecting the folks who are feeling marginalized back to community. You can't create hope or raise the bar for somebody if they don't feel like they're connected or have any sense of community for them. So we really work with having opportunity for them to participate in community. And one of the ways we do that is offering a low barrier employment program. We can go to the next slide. A low barrier employment program where we hire people from unhoused or precariously housed people to do tasks that maybe nobody else is doing within the community. And the success that this program is having is amazing. The only thing that's holding it back is finding the appropriate funding that will let us continue the wage part of it. The equipment, we have people phoning us to help us with those kind of things, but as far as the wage, that's harder. But some of the things that come to help the community through this is things like over 350 carts gathered and taken back to businesses because they're fairly expensive for a business to lose those. This group has cleaned over 27, probably 27 to 30 abandoned or burnt camps now. They've cleaned up 250 needles out of the community, and this was about a month old, so probably we're at 400 bags of garbage now. They're really working hard as a mini community to give back to the general community, and this kind of program is working. And next slide. So this is kind of a high level summary of some of the work that's been done over the last 3 years and the successes that Cranbrook can call their own. They have really shown commitment to thinking outside of the box, being creative and finding new ways to solve some of these problems or the social issues, but it obviously we're not done yet. There's still lots of work to do. So we're looking forward, really wanting to take everything we've learned over the last 3 years, and with the I mean the city, the social development, I'm smiling over there, our service providers and the levels of government that we're working with, and narrow the focus on and refocus on housing. We still need to have more housing in Cranbrook. We need to have entry-level housing. So to really focus on that, to advocacy for continued provincial and federal funding, but not only funding, but policy changes and funding structural changes and those types of things that benefit communities on top of just having dollars come into the community. Working with the RDEK to really broaden our reach out to our regional partners. Now we've learned some lessons, we have some skills in place. Now we want to reach out to the broader area to find out what we can do to help or support them as well. We really want to start making evidence-based informed decisions moving forward. We've been sort of in crisis mode. Now we need to be in planning mode. And part of that is in data collection. And that is not something that we have been strongly doing over the past few years. However, we're working with an organization now on this Health Canada grant, and it looks like we're going to have some really great data come out of that. And we would like to be able to expand that into the broader sense. And then finally, this saying always comes back to me, the one that health of a community is not in how many services it has, it's how many services it doesn't need. So if you're a community that doesn't need a shelter, you're doing something right. If you're a community that has 12 shelters, that's great, but that means that there's something missing if you have 12 full shelters. So we really want to look upstream on how we can start preventing some of the things that contribute to homelessness, the toxic drug crisis, mental health crisis, and spend time focusing on those and needing less services in our community. Thank you.
Councillor Teske. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, so if we can just have that up on the screen, that's good. Thank you. So I just wanted to, Marcel presented that one picture with the bucking bronco, and I think that was really great for what this program doesn't really fit with anything else that local government does. It's because the impact of the opioids, housing crisis, homelessness, the mental health challenges, all of those things that are affecting municipal government are outside of what municipal government does. So 3 years ago, when we created the position, the idea was around, looking at all the different impacts and all of the different agencies and organizations doing work in Cranbrook, and what were the outcomes in Cranbrook of that, and then coming back and doing the advocacy and the work behind the scenes in order to improve things. So 3 years ago, we came to council and had an ask for that funding for the 3 years. We also made an ask of the regional district for 3 years of funding. So those 3 years have now passed. And so in that picture, Marcel was in the regional district. We were up there presenting to them a lot longer presentation to convince the directors there to continue the funding, because homelessness is not a Cranbrook problem. What we're seeing is a lot of the folks from all over the region are coming to Cranbrook for services. And despite some of the rumors, they're not coming from far and wide. They are from Creston, they're from Kimberley a lot, they're from Fernie, they're from Elkford and Sparwood. They're coming to Cranbrook for services, whether it's mental health care, addictions, court services, and they're not leaving town. And so the region is supporting this role. And so when you look at the dollar amounts there, you know, one of the successes is we'll talk about with that what Marcel presented was the homelessness project grant from Health Canada. So some of that money is going to go now to support some of what Marcel's wage is for the next 3 years forward. The regional district, we have an ask in for some wage support going forward, and that's in the what you see on the screen there for the grant side. And then what we're looking at is also from council looking at a wage commitment for some of that to move forward, because Marcel's position, this is the last year of the funding. So this is the work that's been done and some of the work that still needs to be done going forward. So as I said, I think that bucking bronco picture is probably the best one, because this doesn't fit in a box of anything else like we do in local government. But I just want you to be aware. So thanks, Marcel. That was great.
Thank you. Councillor Stetsky.
Yeah, thank you. And you know how much we appreciate the great work that you've done. One of the opportunities I'd like to see added as soon as possible, if we can, is under the employment, is to having the unhoused provide a service to actually go out and pull invasive weeds around town. There's a lot of work to be done, and it would help improve the environment, hopefully give them a sense of pride. I'm meeting with Columbia Basin Trust next week on behalf of a couple of other boards I sit on, and I'll add that to my ask, whether we could possibly get a grant from Columbia Basin Trust to deliver on that. I'll let you know.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Stetsky. We have Councillor Popoff.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So am I to understand we have not yet done a presentation to the regional district board to renew the funding for another 3 years?
Councillor Popoff through the mayor. No, that presentation's been done. That's where that photo came from. Where we
Okay, so yes, we are looking for another renewed contract for 3 years.
That's correct. So there are double processes underway here.
I got a question for Tina, actually, on the daycare. What stage of the process are we in right now?
We're just starting up the project right now. So we've just got our contractors and consultants in place, and we had a kickoff meeting yesterday.
Beautiful, thank you. That's exciting. Okay, Charlotte.
Thank you, Mayor Price. So now we will look at the corporate administration projects for resolution from council. Looking for approvals, I believe, no deferrals or denials. So the resolution is that council give budget pre-approval for the following capital projects from the corporate administration department. So childcare facility construction, social development coordinator, records management, city lands analysis, and Health Canada homelessness project.
Councillor Stetsky, Councillor Ray, discussion? All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Question, I guess, for on the records management. When do we see an end to that? It's kind of a term position. When do we think we might see the completion of that program? Any idea? I mean, it's probably endless almost, but
It is, yeah.
is.
So, you know, the ask is for just to extend for 6 months, but this is it's an ongoing thing that will have to be continued on with it.
Okay, I warned Jill about that. She's doing the records management. We have her from Public Works over here, and thank goodness she's young, because there's 100 years of records there. So, I mean, she's gonna walk out of here 100 years from now, and I don't know, but anyways, yeah. Okay, Charlotte, back to you.
Yeah. Couldn't find it. Yeah. Too big lesson before we did. Thank you, Mayor and Council. So last but not least, the Finance Department with our mission statement. With a focus on outstanding performance in areas of financial planning, management and reporting, accountability and customer service, the Finance Department supports council, individual departments and residents of the city by providing sound strategic financial planning, accurate and timely financial information, and always searching for ways to improve service to our customers. So the revenues and expenses for 2025 compared to 2026 are as follows. Revenues in 2025 were 50,500, and in 2026 they are expected to be 53,500, a change of $3,000. The expenses in 2025 were $1,755,665, and in 2026 $1,810,196, a change of $54,531. Oh, thank you. So as most of the slides have that you've seen, the biggest increase for finance is wages and benefits of $56,000, representing the 3% inflationary adjustments and pay grade advancements. There is a small reduction to software contracts of $4,381. That is the retirement of our legacy payroll software now that we're on UKG. And our summary work plan for 2026 doesn't look like a lot, but there's a lot in there. So we're hoping to leverage technology to create efficiencies. We're looking at a number of our processes that we're hoping we can, now that the UKG program is more rolled out than it was in the past. We have freed up some resources where we can start looking at some of the other areas. And policy work continues to be a big area of focus for us. It seems like the permissive tax exemption policy, the grant policy, they're always needing to be updated. And we have some really important financial policies that we would like to bring forward, debt policies, et cetera. There are lots of good best practice policies out there that we have long wanted to work on. And I believe that is, oh, we have one more slide for other revenue. So other revenue in 2025 was $1,076,275. In 2026, it's budgeted to be $1,130,875, a change of $54,600. So three items represent the majority of that. So an increase in tax penalties of about $35,000, credit card convenience fees of about $10,000, and interest on outstanding taxes about $9,000. Those are all increases being aligned to the trends that we're seeing on the actual side. Of course, interest on outstanding taxes will fluctuate depending on how many people pay their taxes versus, for example, the interest rate that's being charged, which is set by the province. And that's it.
Councillor Graham?
Yeah, thank you. Just curious why the Fortis operating fee is going down in 27.
Councillor Graham through the mayor, we do have conversations with Fortis. They contact us and they give us an update, an estimate of what it is we're going to be collecting. So that comes from our correspondence with them. And it's not always bang on, but we do reach out to them and they provide us an update.
Councillor Stetsky.
Are we ready for general comments? If we don't have anything else to deal with.
No, I don't have anything else other than just thanking council for your time today.
So first of all, I'd like to thank you for making this process very clear and straightforward for us. Appreciate that for you and the directors. Secondly, is everything we approved today still fit within the 6.5% tax increase that we talked about at the start?
Councillor Stetsky through to the mayor. Yes. So, and I'm only hesitating because, of course, all the projects are funded from reserves, borrowing, or grants. We've already had a discussion around, some of the risks that I'm seeing out there around the reserves, and in particular the facility reserve. We're having a bit of a breather on the facility reserve this year because Tony has deferred many of the projects, but I imagine that will look very different next year. All the operating information you've seen today is embedded in that 6.5. There is nothing that we've shown you today that is not already incorporated into that 6.5. And I'm a little bit, there might be a couple of little things, but generally speaking, it's all incorporated.
And the third thing was around the reserves. I've been watching for you to twitch throughout the course of the day. At some point, I assume you will give us a report on what this means for reserves and what the options are to start to build them back in.
Thank you, Councillor Stetsky. So we did walk council through the reserves on October 15th. There isn't a specific plan to bring anything further back because most of the projects that you have, all the projects that you've seen today and have approved, or in the case of the two deferred, were incorporated into those reserves. However, the way to increase the transfers to the reserves is through taxes, or to not do some projects that are further out, in the 5-year financial plan. Two things that are going to come up next week are going to be the library debt payment and the fire hall debt payment. Those are expiring in 2025 and 2026, and both of those debt payments have been allocated to the facilities reserve. And if that doesn't happen, then the facilities reserve will need to be, I'm not sure where exactly it's at since Tony deferred all his projects. I'd have to take another look at it because that has changed some things, and it happened fairly recently. But if council decides to flow those debt payments through to general revenue and not, and reduce the 6.5 through that, then we'll have to take a look at the reserve, at that reserve in particular. There's also some concern around the, I believe it's the sewer reserve. Both the sewer and the water reserve are challenged, and probably the sewer reserve more because you saw some of the projects that Tony was putting through in 2026 out at the spray irrigation site. The sewer reserve really doesn't have a dedicated funding except for the road program. And that road program, we are getting close to that $1 million a year, but we've also heard Mike say that it's probably more like 2 million that he needs for that program. I have spoken with Mike about that, and he's not ready to come back yet with, how we get to or why we need to get to 2 million. And there's a lot of work to do around water meters. And so there's a lot of things that are tying together. However, with respect to the sewer fund, the projects out at the spray irrigation, they're several $100,000 each, and there is no dedicated transfer to the reserve to fund those things. They are not part of the road program. So we are funding them from the sewer reserve, but at the detriment of something down the line. And those replacement, those upgrades out at the spray irrigation are coming to a point where they're going to start escalating because the facility is now getting 15, 20 years old. So we're going to start to see some bigger projects out of there. So that the sewer reserve is an issue. Now, if Tony's probiotic or bacteria solution is a solution, well, then maybe that alleviates some pressure on that reserve because of all the money we're currently setting into the desludging reserve could be repurposed for something like that. Now, how many years is it going to take for us to know for sure whether or not we need to desludge? The next desludging event is set for 2030. Do we risk manage that? And then, which is very risky, as you know, because we can't borrow for this. We have to find the money for it. So it is a little bit of wait and see. But all the projects that are affected by the road program, so all the funds, I should say, that are affected by the road program, so the general fund, the general capital fund, the water capital fund, and the sewer capital fund, we need to be really careful with those because yes, there's money going in, and it looks like there's lots of money going in, but that money goes in and comes out basically every year. There is some, maybe it doesn't all get spent in 1 year and it does flow in. Some of it does flow in. And there are small wins we get along the way where we might be able to funnel $100,000 into the reserve. That kind of was a gift from somewhere, but the days of $800,000 surpluses, we haven't seen those for many, many years, and that's what used to sustain our reserves. So it will be taxes or user fees or frontage taxes that need to help fund those reserves.
Thank you, Charlotte, and thank you to Councillor Stetsky for bringing that up and just making the point that we've got to a point in the process where it appears logical, easy to understand. This is my 20th year doing municipal budget in Cranbrook since I'm back, so 20 years straight. So I've seen the progression, and I can tell you we're in a really, really good place. Certainly for council to understand. So you refine the process, obviously, but certainly, when we look at things, it's funded from reserve or borrowing, or what do you call grants. Thank you. And it makes sense. I can tell you for years it was revenue. So it would just be pulled out of this big purse, right? And just thrown. It was almost like throwing stuff at the wall and seeing if it's going to stick, right? No, honestly, the way the general revenue fund was utilized. So you've got us in a really good place. We've got all the funds, all the reserves in place, the funds in place, and it makes sense. We are. It's almost a user pay type of system from the fund. If it's related to sewer, it's coming out of the sewer fund. It didn't used to work like that for a lot of years, and that's where I think former councils got confused, that you could lose them really quick, in the budget process because money's come from here. It would be so difficult to follow. So your finance team has done an incredible job. CO Virtual, you've been part of that too since you're here. We've been big changes in the last few years. So I just want to acknowledge that, and Charlotte, I know there's some challenges ahead, and I guess where we are is frontage and utility rates, frontage tax utility rates. And, I don't expect this now, but over the next year or so, we're probably going to have to do a pretty in-depth review. And let's just look what other communities are doing, maybe we have to up it. We can always lower them. I know sometimes it never happens, once you get an increase, you never see a decrease. But certainly I think with utilities, I think there's consideration for that. So, but I really think it's something we're going to have to look at in the next few years because, I can't believe you held the line this year, on the tax rate. So, you've really managed that general fund well. So thank you. And we know that the general fund, supports some of the reserves and whatnot as well, right? So you've done an incredible job.
Thank you, Mayor Price. I would just like to extend a special, very special thank you to my team and to the rest of the finance staff who support us while we're running around with our hair on fire, and to all the departments who are very willing to help us achieve what we need in terms of meeting our timelines and working with us to get their things in and to be upfront with us and let us know where things are at. So it is a big team effort, and Marnie and Mark as well have been a tremendous help. So yeah, thank you.
Anything further? With that, I'll call for motion to adjourn. Councillor Ray, Councillor Popoff, all in favor? Opposed? We are adjourned.